Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Honorable Chair.
Morning, CO. Members and ngenzani manje angifuni ukuthi nibone yonke indawo ngifuna ukuthi nibone mina. Morning, honorable members. Morning, CEO, and you are all welcome. I declare this meeting officially open. I'm sure, Chairperson.
Recording in progress.
You have seen in the past weeks that there were many cases of GBV that were in the social media. The one of Unam Samtwa, and the other one was for the Gadi's daughter. But also there was another one of that young little girl from Mpumalanga who was also raped, and her body parts were cut, and there was the alleged perpetrators were arrested. And I'm sure all of us were worried on the things that are happening in our country. And I'm sure yesterday, I've seen another one where the NPA have arrested some it said it's high-ranking police officers who are alleged to be involved, in child trafficking and human trafficking. And I'm sure all of us were worried about that, on what is happening. But also the other one is the floods that are happening in KZN. It's not a nice thing, and women and children and persons with disabilities are the most affected ones. Probably yourselves, Chairperson, as commissioners, you will be part of the delegations that are going to KZN and do oversight and monitor on whether things that government have promised to implement, and in terms of assisting families who lost their belongings, who lost their houses, and who lost their loved ones, because some of those they drowned in the water, and in some areas there are no proper streets. Even when other people want to go there and assist and give help, there are no proper roads. But also to monitor on allocated the emergency funds that are allocated to assist those who are affected. They benefit the rightful people. Parliament has established an ad hoc committee for the whole weekend. Was in KZN, and they were busy for that. So they were busy, and I'm sure even CGE, I saw one whereby I think it was Commissioner Klobatla and Sister Masonto were somewhere in KZN, if I'm not mistaken. And what was good in that I heard in that clip, it's the concerns that they raised on the municipal plans that they should include women and prioritize women and persons with disabilities. And we give a credit to the two commissioners, because at least we have seen that there is something that your commissioners deployed in KZN, they are participating in the issue that has in the disaster that has just happened in KZN. So with those few remarks, I think that I have welcomed all of you. That we need to report to you is that as the Speaker sent a letter to the Portfolio Committee for us to fill in, to start a process in positions. Strauss, no Tlaling, Commissioner Tlaling. We then looked at the other contracts of commissioners whose term of office will be ending at end of October. And we took a resolution as the committee that we are going to put them together, advertise them, those vacancies, so that when those 4 commissioners whose term of office are expiring in October, at least we are not going to start a new process. We would have dealt with it with them now, as we are going to be starting with the filling in of the 2 vacancies that are currently vacant now. And then we'll then present a report to the House, which will include the 4 vacancies. But in our resolution, we'll say the president can thereafter, after October, appoint the 4 commissioners that we would have shortlisted for the next term after October. So we want to make you aware that please check when we send out the adverts, you need to check those vacancies. But the ones that we are going to advertise now is the 2 part-time vacancies that are available. And those ones will be filled with immediate effect after we have just finalized the process. The president will present the report to the House, and Parliament will then take those recommendations to the president for the president to appoint the 2 commissioners, part-time commissioners. Yeah, I think that's what is important to be noted by yourselves, so that tomorrow you must not say you were not informed. So that's how we're going to deal with the whole process. I'm sure today, Chair, you are going to also present the reports that are due for you to present to us today, because those ones, there was no need for us to send you a letter. You know, we gave you 4 weeks and 2 weeks. I think we gave you 2 weeks and 4 weeks. So we are expecting you to be presenting the 2 reports today. Thank you very much, honorable members. Can I take apologies, Nelson?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members and CGE and my colleagues. I have received 4 apologies, Chair. 2 apologies are from one, it's from Honorable PT and Honorable Sharif. They are busy with the by-elections today. And Honorable Shlomo indicated that she'll be traveling during the time of the meeting. She has been instructed by the Chief Whip to come in to Cape Town to physically attend the plenary. And Honorable Hlengwa also, she said she's also traveling to Cape Town. She will join the meeting after 10. Thank you, Chair.
It's a concern, Honorable Whip of the ANC, that most of the time Honorable Shlomo is traveling during the time of the portfolio committee. And I'm raising it because it's not for the first time. Even last week, the same thing happened. She left the meeting at 11. So I'm raising this so that you need to note it as the whip of the ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The concern is noted. I have also noted it myself and will be addressing it, Chair. I'm hoping that it will not repeat itself. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Mpiti was admitted, and I'm not sure, Nelly, if he's been discharged. What were you saying?
He sent an apology, Chair, indicating that he's busy with the by-elections today. I just wanted to also indicate one apology, Chair, from Commissioner Deyi, who said she will not be able to attend today's meeting, as today is her office day at the University of Pretoria. Thank you, Chair.
Is the what?
It's her office day at the University of Pretoria. That's what she said in the email, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
I think that one CGE should explain to us. Who is Pam Sweat in this meeting? Daily?
Chair, she's from an NGO called Sweat, Chair. She requested me to send, she wanted to attend the meeting, Chair.
But this link, is it not for members and for the commissioners? I'm not sure. Are they attending inside our meeting, our link or what? I'm not sure, Nelly.
Yes, Chair.
Because our meetings, no one is supposed to record except those ones that are given permission to record. Did she go through the communication? Because they should be going through a communication office. You understand what I'm saying? May you please check the rules there? Because what I know is that even media people, they go through a communications office. They don't just enter straight to our meeting. No, I don't understand. Our meetings are open, and the public is allowed to look at our meetings on YouTube, on in Parliament, whatever, Facebook and so on. And when you put people directly to our meeting like this, I have a concern. Honorable Bonnie?
No, thank you, Chair, and good morning to yourself and members on the platform and the delegation, the commissioners from CGA. I think maybe going forward, it will assist if those who are joining should indicate, like it will say on members of the portfolio committee, ANC, DA, and so on. Because with ourselves, when we check, we're not sure who's who. We see Pearl, you see this one, and we're sometimes not sure who is actually on the platform. So I think it will assist that there's something that shows that this one is from CGA, this one is media, and so on, so that we are comfortable and okay with whoever is on the platform, and if it's actually allowed for them to be on the platform on that particular day. So I think identity will be very important to say CGE, even if those that we know, but just to make everybody comfortable, because other names we're not sure as you look down who is this person and which organization. I know it sounds odd, but it will help for our discussions and decisions that we take on the platform. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bonnie. It's for the first time that I see this. I know for the fact that we don't allow Honorable Bonnie. That's why most of the time I check the list of people who are present in the meeting. And I don't know why would it start today. Now, Yoli Soyoli. Yoli,
good morning, Chair.
Isn't it that other people, members, they come through you?
What normally happens, Chair, they send a request through our communications that they would like to join the meeting, and then we send the link through to them. Others would follow using the social media platforms that have been made available by Parliament, excuse me.
Yeah. Thank you very much, honorable members. Those are the few apologies. I can now hand over to you, Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, if you would allow me, I think you didn't notice my hand is up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Chairperson and colleagues. I wanted to just report Commissioner Sibanye Mukhali is joining the meeting. She's moved locations due to network connectivity issues so that she can be stable in the meeting. She will join the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Over to you. Oh. This message that I wrote on the board, on the screen, it went to all of you, or it went to Dr. Ntabise?
It went to me, Chair. I see the direct message. I think you may have sent it by mistake. Must I put it in the? I think you may need to flight it on the chat. Must I copy and paste it?
Yeah, you can do that. It's fine.
All right.
It's not your fault, Pam. The only thing is that the staff, if there's anyone, because that's what Yoliswa does most of the time. If there are people who will be joining the meeting, she informs me early that I should expect what, and I should expect who. That's why now I was surprised that there is a you on in our meeting, and I'm not informed. And our meetings are not supposed to be recorded by people who are inside the meeting, except the IT staff of Parliament. Over to you, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, Chair, we are audible.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I also register another apology, Chair, on behalf of Commissioner Rakolote? Commissioner Rakolote sent an apology this morning. He is receiving medical attention, but he said that he will try and log in whilst receiving medical attention. Deputy Chair has apologized on behalf of Commissioner Sibanye Mukhali. So I had those two apologies, Chair, if those can be registered as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Can I continue, Chair?
Yes, you can continue, Chair.
Great, yes. A very good morning to you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to Honorable Whip, and a very good morning to Honorable members of this committee. And I just want to say to all of you and my fellow colleagues, commissioners and CEO and staff, I want to convey a message and say happy belated Africa Day, Chair. That's why I'm on Dukes. We're celebrating this day, Chair, and we commemorate the foundation of the Organization of Africa Unity, which was founded on the 25th of May, last week, Wednesday, in 1963. And I know that this commemoration has been celebrated, or this day has been celebrated throughout the world. However, I want to say that as we celebrate, Chair, we remember the successes that we have made in dealing with quite a number of issues, how we could make sure that we achieve human rights in totality, but also achieve gender equality and all forms of discriminations that need to be eliminated, Chair. But we are also concerned about the challenges that we continue to face as Africa, but also as the country. I think you have mentioned the three concerning gender-based violence cases, Yakanamhla, Mtwa, as well as Miss Gandhi. and the child in Mpumalanga, Chair. We are in conversation with commissioners in these provinces on how we could actually make sure that we, as the Commission for Gender Equality, we also play our part. And I know that in the Eastern Cape, Chair, the office in the Eastern Cape is actually working closely with SAPS and the community in terms of following up on the NAMSA case. In the Mpumalanga province, we have been just in conversation with Commissioner Ntuli Bata there just to look at how this matter can be taken forward. She has more information and more detail, including a Ms. Gandhi issue. We are also looking at how CGE can actually assist and support in this regard. Chair, we are also looking at how we as a country, we can actually...
Chairperson.
Yes, Chair.
Nelisa, you know, you're not organized. Nelisa is saying, Chair, your ARC committee should be the one who present first.
Yes, Chair.
You should have said that long time ago. Mina, I'm calling agenda according to the way I received it. So my apologies, Chair. Let's allow the ARC to make the presentation first.
No problem, Chair. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, ARC.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. My name is Duke Matebula. I'm an independent member of the Audit Committee for the CGE, representing the acting chairperson. I take it you've all received the fourth quarter report that the Audit Committee has prepared for the plenary. Okay, I shall continue then. So I'm here to present the fourth quarter report of the Audit Committee to the plenary for the previous financial year, which is 21-2022. The report covers aspects of the Audit Committee meeting held on the 16th of March 2022, and we'll also cover the ordinary committee meeting held on the 4th of May 2022. And we'll end on the conclusions of the committee. In starting, the report really will cover the aspects of internal audit activities, finance, and some predetermined objectives, and specifically also risk management. On the 16th of March 2022, a special audit committee was convened, and really this was the focus of the meeting was to introduce the new audit senior manager from the Auditor General South Africa. As you know, the auditors do rotate, and so we have a new one. And also the audit strategy and engagement letter from the Auditor General was received, and other external audit matters of note to the Commission. So Mr. Zama Kubeka was introduced as the new external audit senior manager responsible for CGE, and he's replacing Ms. Ilse Slabber. The AXA audit strategy engagement letter also was received for the financial year 2020-2021 in light of auditing of financial statements, audit compliance, information systems audit, and assessment of risk of internal controls. The audit fee also was discussed. There was a 4% increment from the previous year, and really this was just a approved tariff increase, which was nothing peculiar in that it was just pure annual inflationary adjustment. External auditors audit matters of note. The AXA also determined that CGE will not be subjected to material irregularity in terms of projects being undertaken under the AXA during the current audit cycle. If I now delve deeper into the audit committee meeting of the 4th of May 2022, we met and we discussed matters pertaining to internal audit reports, the financial report for the fourth quarter, performance report for the fourth quarter, risk management, compliance. And also we had to deliberate on the sudden resignation of the audit committee chairperson. The internal audit reports covered IT audit, payroll, supply chain and expenditure, and audit performance information for third quarter. The IT audit really, if I may just go through some of the highlights there, the IT audit overall opinion was that the assurance was limited, and there's been no change from the previous financial year. The number of findings were 6. Key areas noted from IT audit findings were cybersecurity, business continuity planning, policies, and incident management processes. These were deemed to be inadequate. Performance areas really looked at the organizational structure and project management office. Also, again, the assurance here from the internal audit was that it was satisfactory. Payroll also was deemed satisfactory. If we go into supply chain, there were 7 findings ranging from supplies sharing the same addresses, calendar days not adhered to, and also areas around preferential point calculation not accurate, purchase orders not signed by delegated officials, just to mention a few. And the third quarter audit of performance information, significant issues were raised by internal audit pertaining to the above audits I've just explained, and the findings related to performance information and financial reporting not integrated. And I think this is largely due to the non-integration of the IT systems. Target and actual performance not aligned. CEO is aware and addressing that. Overachievement of planned target unexplained. Performance reports not reporting on a cumulative basis. Again, this relates to audit finding 1, where the non-integration of the information does not allow us to see a cumulative trend in terms of how the performance information is progressing. Annual target and quarterly targets not aligned. This speaks to the first audit finding, again, around integrated financial reporting. Performance information policy not reviewed. The assets management audit really looked at all the different provinces, and certain findings or common findings could be highlighted around assets not being recognized as per the general recognized accounting practice, note 17. And assets not on the fixed asset register, but are on the floor. This was a common theme across all the different provinces. And various other asset-related type of findings, assets without barcodes, incorrect descriptions. And if I go further, the financial report for the fourth quarter is that there will be it was projected that there will be a net surplus revenue realized at the end of the of the quarter or financial year. They based on a income of 92.1 million, against which the expenditure was 73.2, which leaves a net surplus of 18.9 million for the end of the financial quarter. If we go further, I'll delve into there are certain aspects around the cash equivalents. The committee holds a balance to a monthly average of around 26 million in its bank account, and interest income received was 616,789 for the year ended 31 March. And the money is credited directly to the bank account of the CGE. The money, obviously, it's unbudgeted money that is now a surplus and therefore can be used for extra budgetary and has contributed to the surplus for the period under review. Other income of 95,758 was recorded. These were grants from by the Commission from the EDTP CETA. The Audit and Risk Committee recommendations was that management should improve service delivery modes that will enable better usage of the cash resources, as opposed to excessive holding of liquid assets with financial institutions. And that speaks to the interest income and also the net surplus amount that was realized at the end of the financial quarter. The management, also supported by the commissioners, should accelerate to fill these vacant posts. There were a couple of senior management positions throughout the financial year that were not filled. The performance report for the third quarter, the main observation here is that the committee noted that the reported performance by the commission and also that the commission achieved the 84% overall score in terms of its planned targets versus 95% that was achieved in the third quarter. So a slight decline, but still quite a good number. And the committee recommends that financial planning must be reflective of the service delivery modes, and this should be aimed at finding coherence between the rate of achievement on the expenditure performance versus the rate of performance on the service delivery of the objectives. Okay, if we go to page 13, risk management. Really here the key message is that the committee has asked the CGE to actually develop a universe of risks that pertains to itself as an organization, and this is ongoing. There's been some satisfactory progress made, but we will continue to monitor that we finally have the full regular risk universe document. And then also we recommended that the commission must appoint a chairperson for the risk management committee so that ongoingly we can review these risks as and when they arise. From a compliance perspective, the compliance report, it discussed the internal structures of compliance management at the CGE, and the observations was that the CGE was unable to report on the state of compliance with key laws and regulations relevant to the mandate of the organization. Again, the universe or equivalent register of applicable provisions of law was not in place, and I think this would be a good holistic document that needs to be developed in this current financial year. We advise that the commission should develop the full compliance document. And the other point pertains to the sudden resignation of the audit committee chairperson, and this left us to deliberate and look at how do we proceed going forward. And the recommendations that came out was that the appointing authority needs to urgently appoint the chairperson of the audit committee. The appointing authority should also appoint a third member to the committee to ensure compliance with the minimum number of 3 members prescribed. On top of that, we request a 4th member to ensure that if we have a situation in future where a independent member suddenly resigns, we retain that quorum of 3 members. From the conclusions of the committee, we wish to thank the support of the governance structures in place in the commission. We also appreciate the role of assurance providers, which includes management, the internal audit and external auditors. We further note the achievement from an internal audit perspective against the internal audit plan. I think we've advised in a sense that the current financial year's internal audit plan is correctly reflects the key priorities based on the previous financial year, so we're quite comfortable with that. The works of assurance providers was also critical to the effectiveness of the audit committee during the prior financial year. I thank you all. I thank the commissioners for their presence and the opportunity to be engaged about the internal controls at CGE. I'm available to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matebula, representing the acting chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee. I will now allow members who wish to ask questions or make comments on the presentation of the Audit and Risk Committee. Honorable members, the chairperson has requested that I hold the meeting for just a few minutes. She is attending to some urgent matters. She will be returning very soon. So members, let me identify hands which wish to ask questions on the report.
Chair, it's Honorable Masondo.
Yes, Honorable Masondo.
Yes, I would propose that we deal with this report together with the whole report that you're going to be forwarded to us.
Oh, okay. Honorable Masondo has proposed that, but maybe let me just, Mr. Masondo, just ask some specific questions on whether or not these are repeat findings from the previous financial year, and whether or not the Audit and Risk Committee was able to assess the CGE's audit action plan. And you had mentioned something around the payroll and the concerns raised. So one would like to know what the actual issues around the payroll concerns are.
Okay.
So can you just answer to those questions, Mr. Mathebula, before we proceed, since honorable members are proposing that we deal with this report in totality with the other reports, but maybe let's just cover those matters around whether or not these are repeat findings from the previous financial year, and whether or not you've been able to assess the audit action plan by CGE, and what the matters around the concerns of the payroll are.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to answer the question. The first point, yes, that's correct. These are repeat findings. The second point relates to the internal audit plan. The second point relates to the payroll audit. So there were 5 findings relating to inadequate documentation of employee payroll information, housing allowance paid in contradiction with approved remuneration policy, non-existent of overtime policy, inadequate segregation of duties on the payroll system, which is Sage VIP, and inadequate documentation of payroll process flow or description. So these are items that have been prioritized in the current financial year's internal audit plan. If you may please repeat the other third point. I think I've answered just the first 2.
The last one, Mr. Mathebula, relates to whether you've been able to, as the Audit and Risk Committee, you've been able to assess CGE's audit action plan. Have you done an assessment on that?
There has been, and a lot of the items had not been completed as per the timelines stipulated. And so in the current financial year, we've clearly stated that we will hold the CGE very accountable in strong oversight to ensure that the timelines are met. So we looked at the realistic aspects of the timelines proposed, and so we will be monitoring those.
Okay, if Mr. Mathebula, you are in terms of the payroll, you are saying that there is inadequate documentation as it relates to the payroll. What are you referring to?
All right. This is payroll information, if I may put it that way. So inadequate information, and also segregation of duties in terms of certain people who can do similar things, where by segregation of duty risk control, you need to separate who can do certain items versus another person. The same person cannot create and also approve an employee information. It needs to be separated.
Can you give specific examples?
I will have to. I do not have the full report with me here on the findings. I'm happy to share that outside of after this session of mine, if you do not mind.
Okay, no, that's fine, Mr. Mathebula. Thank you very much. Honorable members, some of the issues raised by Mr. Mathebula will be addressed directly with the CGE. Once the presentation from the CGE has been done, we will then now hand over to the chairperson of CGE. And chairperson, we're handing over to you to proceed with your reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chair. I just want to, before I go back to where I was, Chair, just to indicate that perhaps CEO will come in and explain whether Mr. Matebula will be able to stay with us for the entire meeting. I think there was a request.
Chair, I'm so sorry. I don't know whether it's me or it's coming from your side, but you are not audible. We can hear you, but the sound is quite low.
Okay, I'm closer to the speaker now, Chair. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
that's
I'm
much
closer to
better.
the mic. Okay.
Yes, it's
No,
better.
Chair, thank you very much. Just to quickly go back to where I was, Chairperson. I just want to indicate, Chair, that in dealing with some of the issues that were raised by the Honorable Chairperson, 3 commissioners were deployed in KwaZulu-Natal immediately after the situation of the floods. So it was Commissioner Mazibuko, Commissioner Ntuli-Batla, and Commissioner Ngoma Diseko, who were deployed in KwaZulu-Natal, together with a tool that CGE developed, so that we can be able to monitor how the floods are being dealt with in line with the plans in KwaZulu-Natal in terms of dealing with disasters. But also, Chair, we went there to monitor how they are dealing with the situation, putting a gender lens so that women, men benefit equally, but also children, persons with disabilities are catered for. The same was done in the Eastern Cape, Chair. As you will know that parts of the Eastern Cape like Umzimkhulu, Port St. John's, and other areas were affected by floods. There was deployment of staff in KwaZulu-Natal, KZN, as well as Northwest. In Northwest, Chair, we did this because some of the dams started to overflow and nearby houses were affected. So we also looked into that 3rd province, Chair. Currently, we are developing a report for CGE so that we can look at how we can present the same report to the premiers of the 3 provinces and look at how we best deliver a gender sensitive plan for all the provinces that were affected. Chair, I also want to indicate that we will be going back. We have made appointments with the premiers as well as the MEC COCTA. I will be going back with the 3 commissioners in KwaZulu-Natal. I think we will be arranging the same follow-up visits in the Eastern Cape and Northwest so that we can be able to sit down and look at the disaster management plans, dealing with this with the COCTA MECs as well as the premier. So that conversation and preparations are underway, Chair. And again, I think it's quite consoling to know that also Parliament is also looking at the issue of disasters in the 3 provinces. Chair, we will be now, presenting the 4th quarter reports. I know that the Audit and Risk Committee has presented. I think perhaps Mr. Matebula can just indicate how long he will be able to stay with us in this meeting, as I think he has asked to present first so that he can be released to go and do other duties. Chairperson, I just want to pause there and then ask Commissioner Ntuli-Batla to present on the HR committee report that is looking at the filling of vacant positions, Chair, which is one of the reports that the portfolio committee requested. And then after Commissioner Ntuli-Batla, we will then hand over to CEO to present the 4th quarter organizational performance report. And then the CFO will then come in and report on the financial reports for the 4th quarter, Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Over to you, Commissioner Ntulitlo Batla.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and also let me greet all honorable members. Yeah, I'm trying to open the document here that I'm using for reporting. My thing is freezing. Just give me less than a minute. While it's opening, I'm struggling with it, but let me try and remember what is there. On the post of the Chief Financial Officer, we had interviews, and last week, Saturday, we finalized and identified 2 candidates that are eligible for the case. Right now, we are doing the assessments concerning the 2 targeted candidates. One is a male, one is a female, and both of them are equally competent, and they have...
Yes, Honorable Masondo. Sorry, Commissioner. Yes, Honorable Masondo.
Yes, can we get the report reflected, please?
Yes, she is trying to flight it. I see that, Commissioner, you've been assigned the right to flight. Please, can you try and flight the presentation?
Yeah, Honorable Member, I'm having a challenge here. My laptop is blocked right on the Zoom. I'm only able to speak, but I promise you.
Okay, can you
by the time by the time the next presenter speak, everyone would have received the document. I will also, or let me try and use my phone and send it to Neliswa.
Please send it to Neliswa for Neliswa to flight it for us.
Yes, let me try quickly. Forward. Sorry for that, honorable members.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's technology. Has Neliswa received it? It went through from my side. Can she confirm?
Nelly, please confirm.
Not yet. I have not received it yet. I'm sure it's still coming.
You sent it on email?
Yes, on her email. But in the meantime, I can proceed and report.
Yes. Please
on the one on the Chief Financial Officer, interviews took place on the 21st of May, 2022. And we finalized the process on the 28th of May, 2022. And the recommended candidates, which are 2, one is a male, one is a female, they are now undergoing a process that we call Psychometric Assessment. And this must be concluded by the 3rd of June, which is this week. It's safe to say both candidates are competent, and both candidates have been CFOs previously on a number of occasions. And we are blessed that if all goes well, we will be getting people that are competent in the area. Then the second one is the HOD research, the head for that. The offer has been accepted. So the person is currently serving notice. Yeah. Then the next one, I'm using the phone, pardon me, the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in Cape Town. Oh yeah, thank you, Neliswa. Advert submitted to commissioners in November 2022, still to be advertised. HOD, PEI, and HOD Legal to be advertised as reflected there. The HR manager was appointed, the financial manager was appointed, head of information, communication, and technology. The offer has been presented to the candidate on the 26th of May, 2022. We are currently waiting for the response from the targeted candidate. Then Deputy Director Research. These are no longer the HOD posts, but it's part of the process of recruitment done by the Commission for Gender Equality. So it reflects the work in progress on Risk Management Committee Chairperson and the Deputy Director Office on the Chairperson. It has been advertised and applications have been received. Then legal research as advertised and received. And when you see that the fact that we have advertised and we have received everything, what is forthcoming is the shortlisting, which is within our control, and the issue of the actual interviews, which eventually leads to the appointment of the identified and targeted candidates. On the issue of legal officers, it reflects there that 3 have been appointed, 1 position, advertised, and 2 positions headhunted. Because as indicated before, headhunting also assists us as part of our recruitment in an event where we are not being able to pull the candidates we require as an institution. The public education officer appointed as reflected there with the date. The PA to deputy chair, it has been advertised and applications received. The other thing that I can report to honorable members and the chairperson is that we are working tirelessly as an institution to make sure that we close the gaps, we fill in the posts that are outstanding. We have a strategy where we engage on daily basis morning, and we engage also with the secretariat in the evening, closely monitoring and making sure that the targets, the long-term one and the short-term targets that we have set to close this gap are being met. So it's safe to say on daily basis, the recruitment process, there is an update every day to ascertain that within the targets that we have set for ourselves as an institution and also what Parliament recommended, we are doing our best as an institution to make sure that we meet the targets. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. If Nelly can go back up to page 1, the first page. Nelly?
Yes, I will share it now, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry.
What I picked up, Commissioner, is that in some of the posts that you have indicated, you have said that they will be advertised or the advert is currently shared with the commissioners, but you don't actually have dates as to what then are the processes that will follow after those adverts have been shared with the commissioners. I see that one of them, I just wanted to get the exact post. Okay, maybe in terms of the Chief Financial Officer, we must appreciate the work that has been done so far, but maybe we should also get an indication as to if the psychometric assessment has been done by 3 June, when is the Chief Financial Officer expected to start if the offer has been given to the candidate who has performed well. That's the first one. The HOD-PEI as well as HOD legal to be advertised, when is that expected to happen? And in terms of the parliamentary liaison officer in Cape Town, the progress says that the advert was submitted to Commissioner in November 2022, and I think that is November 2021, to be advertised. I think that is left hanging. If the advert was submitted in November, we are now in May, starting June tomorrow. What is the process after the advert has been submitted to Commissioner? And I think that is what we need to get the specifics on. I'm not seeing any member hands. Sorry, I'm not seeing any hands from honorable members who wish to engage on this report. Commissioner Ntuli Ntobatla.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. On the issue of the CFO, according to the engagement that I have with HR, the process can take 5 to 7 days, working days, to finalize the entire process, because with posts like this, also there's a matter of vetting, and vetting always depends on how quick we access some of the people we need to verify information from. But it's safe to say we are closely monitoring the process, and the team at CGE understand the agency and the vital nature of this particular post. And as and when we get additional information, we are free as a commission to share it with honorable members. But one good thing that I can mention about those candidates is that one candidate is currently unemployed. The contract that the candidate was holding ended now and is ending now, end of May. So that candidate, sorry, will be free from the 1st of June, which is tomorrow. That means that one can accept the offer immediately. Then the second candidate is in an employment where she's been working there for 4 months. And then according to her contract where the candidate is working, she needs a 2 weeks notice. So which simply means we won't be faced with the prospect of a month to 3 months where we wait for the appointed candidate. As soon as everything is finalized, the matter will be resolved quickly. Then on the other question that was raised by the honorable member on the dates, let me apologize upfront. It's an error that I have overlooked where I didn't put the specific dates, but maybe if the CEO is part of the platform here, maybe she can assist with the specific dates, because we're working closely with her and the HR manager on the matter. But if she's not available, I can work on it and with the team, of course, and it can be submitted to Neliswa by close of business today. My apologies for not having those specified, detailed dates on those identified positions that have been mentioned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Jobatla. In terms of the one, number 22, the PA to Commissioner, reasonable accommodation, position advertised, closing date is the 31st of May 2022. Can you just clarify us on that one, Commissioner Jobatla, because the understanding that we have is that there were two which were allocated, 2 PAs allocated to Commissioner Botha as well as Commissioner Mazibuko. Can you just clarify which one specifically is this one now? Because the understanding is that the both commissioners already have PAs as it is. We are not aware of this one, number 22.
Yeah, on the number 22 one, Commissioner Nomasonto Mazibuko had a PA. So the PA to Commissioner Mazibuko accepted an appointment somewhere where she is serving. So she had to resign in this position. And currently Commissioner Mazibuko is having what we call an acting PA, where the office of the chair, working closely with our communications, they were able to rope in somebody from communication to assist the commissioner while we are working with the secretariat to fill the position. So it's for Commissioner Nomasonto Mazibuko. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, are there any questions? Okay, there being none, Chairperson, I'm handing over back to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The second report that the Portfolio Committee requested in today was the report pertaining to the Commissioner Botha matter. And we were given...
Volume, Chair.
Okay. Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. The second report that was requested to be presented in 2 weeks, Chair, was the report that was dealing with Commissioner Porter matter. This matter was discussed in our previous meeting, and CGE was then requested to go back and rework the document or the report that was submitted to the Office of the Speaker as well as the Portfolio Committee. We have since engaged our own legal counsel chairperson who has advised us and assisted us in dealing and developing a legally sound report. We had a meeting last week, Tuesday, on the 24th, Chair. So I must say that this report is still not ready, Chair. It's still with the lawyers, the CGE lawyers. So as we are coming to report here, Chair, it hasn't actually reached us from our lawyers, Chair, so that we are able to present it to you today. So, but we are also doing a lot of check and balances, as I think previously we had realized that there were some gaps that need to be filled in that report. So that report, Chair, is not ready to be tabled today. It is still with the lawyers. We are hoping that by end of this week, that report would have been received by CGE. I sent an email last night, to remind them to send the report. But as we come to report here this morning, Chair, the report is not ready. And we just want to apologize upfront, Chair. I think we want to really submit a legally sound report with no gaps whatsoever. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Honorable members, the chairperson has indicated that the report is not currently with them, it's with legal. And maybe what you could assist us with, chairperson, is when then do we expect the legal to have thoroughly processed the report and given it back to you and Plenary, and when should we as the Portfolio Committee expect to receive the report? What are the reasonable timeframes?
Reasonable from our side, Chair, is Friday. By Friday, we should be having the report from the lawyers, from the CGE lawyers, and then we can have a look at the report next week, Monday and Tuesday, and if there are any issues, we can go back to them. But on Wednesday next week, I think the report would be ready and will be submitted to the Portfolio Committee and to the Office of the Speaker.
Okay, let us note it. Let us note it, Chair, and then let's proceed to the next report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like to hand over the next report, and presentation will be done by the CEO on the program.
Your sound is still bad, Chairperson. Please, can you come closer to towards the mic? We can't hear you.
Hi, Temba. CEO, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, honorable Chair, my commissioners, colleagues. Just to double check if the presentation is projecting.
Yes, it's projecting, CEO.
Thank you very much, honorable Chair. We are presenting as the CGE our Q4 report, which has these 8 sections that are listed in the structure there. Usually the first 3 is preliminary information
introductory information that is standard, just introducing ourselves in terms of our establishment as the Chapter 9, our strategic focus, as we normally do. Honorable Chair, as I have been permitted before, I am just skipping through these as these are standard. Our outcomes that we are reporting on our performance tables. Also the programs that we run as the CGE in contribution to various transformation instruments such as the State of the Nation Address, NDP, MTF-SF, and the international instruments. In terms of performance, honorable members, you'll remember the audit committee had reported that we had achieved 84%. As we were doing the annual report, more evidence came in because we only report what we can prove to the auditors. So more evidence came in and the percentage increased. But overall, we have 5 non-achieved and partially achieved targets, which took us to 87% of the annual targets that we had for the 4 strategic outcomes that we report on. In terms of quarterly comparison, yes, as also the audit committee acting chair for today has reported that we had declined from our achievement in the previous quarter to this quarter. And one should also mention that this information is still undergoing auditing processes. So things may change either positively or negatively because we are still being audited. We submit the audit report today. So that's what we are busy working with at the moment. Just getting into the detailed tables of performance tables. With the first output indicator where we committed to submit 16 submissions in terms of contributing to engendering laws in the country. This year, much as last year we had overachieved, but this year we fell back with 2 submissions as we didn't really get much bills coming forth mainly in the first and second quarter. But we caught up as the year was going. We managed to catch up a bit, but we still fell back on 2. And a report in this regard is always produced in the detailed report that we have submitted. I would usually refer to the narrative below, where some of these reports have been summarized. Some of them are full reports that are internal reports, which every now and then we are requested to present to committees. The third output indicator in terms of high-level meetings, as reported, I think in one of our meetings, I don't remember which one, we had quite a high demand of requests to present to different portfolio committees. So we have here a positive variance of 2 high-level meetings that we have achieved in this quarter. The 3 monitoring reports on TVET colleges have been produced. We have them. I will, at the end of this presentation, I will demonstrate some of these, including the research reports, but these are specifically monitoring TVET colleges on the implementation of policies and practices that promote gender equality. Bear with me, Chair. There is a screen thing that keeps blocking my presentation. I just want to move it, see if I can move it. Yes, another high-level meetings as reported previously. Remember, all these have specific issues, different issues that have been presented to portfolio committees. And at this stage, and let me maybe rewind a bit, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, and say this fourth quarter report, actually taking advice from the audit committee, it began to report cumulatively. So you will see that while the quarter target is one meeting, the actual performance adds all the meetings that have been conducted in the year. So instead of 4, we managed to achieve 8. Again, we did quite a lot of presentations to portfolio committees, and I highlighted there some of them. The monitoring reports on the outcomes of engagements with national government in around issues of procurement. The research unit have engaged, they've conducted these engagements, and they are consolidated in a report that they have produced, which I will also indicate at the end, towards the end of the presentation, all the reports that have been produced. The webinars, if honorable members remember, in the first quarter, we quite struggled, but in the second quarter, as a Women's Month, there was quite demand on dialogue, especially around issues of gender-based violence. And we had just received the SAPS report on learner pregnancy or teenage pregnancy, if I may call it that way. And there was quite some demand in terms of having dialogues as stakeholders working in the same area in terms of how we respond to this situation. So an extra webinar was conducted in that regard. Okay, my slide is refusing to move. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, this is the last output indicator for the first outcome. For some reason, the computer is not responding anymore. May I just unshare and try to share again? Bear with me. Looks like the computer has frozen. Here we go. In terms of outcome 2, the number of consolidated education and information programs conducted. Our target for quarter 4, as with pretty much all the quarters, we have project plans that when our public education department goes out, they do situational assessments and revise the material according to the needs of the community that they're going to do the education workshops to. So in this quarter, we did what the revisions have been done. We do have some materials on sexual and reproductive health and rights produced, but for the quarter 4, one of the key productions in this regard was a closer gender terminology booklet, which was printed in this quarter. In terms of gender and development workshops, again, the target was met across the provinces. Each province has its own target, and then which adds to 9 per quarter and 36 for the year. In terms of the report on the implementation of media advocacy, again, when it comes to this area, we had quite some significant improvements in the communications unit, where we also have a service provider that monitors the work that we do and how this reach the public. So that report has also been compiled. In terms of the high-level meetings, again, here we had the 2 high-level meetings, mainly in the 2 provinces, where again this was due to demand on issues that were happening there. Honourable members and Honourable Chair will remember last year when we were talking about some matters of the elderly in the Eastern Cape and so forth, and then there were issues as well in the Northwest that warranted that our commissioners go there and meet with the leadership of the province. So this was also achieved. In terms of the social media podcast, I just listed a few examples there. And this is the output indicator that during the year, we got to be educated around when we got our new communications manager, because it wasn't clear what one social media and podcast campaign entails. But then we became clear on this, and it turns out it's quite a lot of work. In our detailed report, you have hundreds of thousands of people reached through these campaigns, but I just listed a few examples there of what was done in Q4, and the list is not exhaustive. Outcome 2 continued, the report on gender mainstreaming. The Public Education Department has compiled also, and this is an outcome that is being audited currently. So what we are reporting here is what the team is currently providing evidence for to the auditors, just to be sure that what we say we have is our actual performance. We actually do have evidence for this. The outreach and access to justice interventions were also conducted, and the target was met across the provinces. The stakeholder engagements were conducted. 6 more engagements were conducted. Again, here you have a situation where we have invitations sometimes, and we were encouraged again through our internal audit that when you have exceeded the target, for them, it looks like you used money that was not planned for. So it is important that we indicate that where we have exceeded the targets, actually you find that we engaged with like-minded institutions who wanted our inputs in their activities. So we did not have to incur any costs in that regard. Coming to outcome 3, the report on complaints handling has been compiled and presented, and I know this the report provide progress on the complaints that we have received and processed. Some are still not yet closed, but in the report we indicate in detail where we are, how many, what kind of crimes, what kind of disaggregated data in terms of gender. So you have a very detailed complaints reports that has been developed by the legal departments. The target on the number of courts, honorable members will remember that in the first quarter or so, and because this was intended for physical visits, and practically this became a bit challenging in terms of the availability of stakeholders and many other factors. But commissioners came up with a strategy to dispatch a questionnaire that they would have administered even if they weren't physically. So this turned out to be a better idea, because 78 sexual offences courts responded to the questionnaire with meaningful information, and we have a report written in this regard, which has been submitted to the auditors on their request. The progress report on systemic investigation also was compiled by the legal department, and again, this is one of those reports that I will be displaying towards the end of the presentation. There comes that thing again, blocking my way. Someone needs to be admitted, and they they are getting in the way of my presentation. How do I move this? Honorable Chair, honorable members, please, there you go. A monitoring report on the implementation of government's GBV programs has been completed for publication. Again, this is in this presentation later on. The status report on the implementation and findings of the recommendations of the IRAP report. Honorable Chair and honorable members will remember that earlier in our conversations around this project, we came across a situation where we were told IRAP is over. We're not implementing IRAP anymore. But our argument as the commission was that the 6 months project may be over, but the variables in that project are even getting worse. If you like, if you listen to the Honorable Chair's Ndava's introduction and our chair, you can see that this problem is the problem of gender-based violence is I don't know whether it's getting worse or yeah. It sounds like it's getting worse for most of us, but we have a report in that regard. It's listed later on, and also the report on the elections. We monitored the 2021 municipal elections, and we produced a report in that regard. The police stations, we did indicate, I think it was in the third quarter, that we were a bit over ambitious in terms of our target of 432, because for this quarter we report 18 subs and 1 TCCs, but overall we have 146 entities that we have conducted oversight visits, where the commissioners go physically again with a questionnaire with variables that seek to identify gaps, or rather identify services around gender-based violence. And a report in this regard has also been produced. So in terms of the numbers, that's where we fell short, because we really bit more than we could chew. Okay, may I please stop sharing again and reshare as the computer is freezing again.
A monitoring report on the implementation of government's gender responsive budgeting is also indicated. It's also part of the projects that I will highlight in the end. The report has been produced. The high-level meetings, again, for the quarter, they were met, and also there was a positive variance of one high-level meeting, as indicated in this report. The procurement allocation for women, again, this is one of the reports that we have produced for quarter 4, which are listed in this report. In terms of the fourth outcome, this is where we have struggled a bit, and this is the outcome that is intensive, and some of the activities that we plan here tend to take quite a bit of time. If we look at the first and second, we are still finalizing, and we put 95% there because estimated as we are now, this project is pending internal consultation. Similarly, with the second output indicator, the status of the audit, we are still at this stage reporting on the 2020-21 audit unqualified opinion, because currently the audit is still taking place, and hopefully we will report something positive next time we report to the committee. A report on the implementation on the business model, the reports have been submitted quarterly and now consolidated as required. And this work has been taken forward into this current year in terms of operationalizing, as we had presented in our APP when we presented to the committee a few weeks back. Where we are struggling is around the ICT, and the lack of capacity, as I had reported previously, is one of the main factors here, as the audit committee has indicated as well. But as we were, the Commissioner Ntuli Glovatla was presenting that we have issued an offer letter for a resource, or a resource that is part of the ICT projects in terms of reviving our systems. And I think one of the audit findings that the acting audit chair who was presenting today highlighted are the issues of HR and payroll, which result from systems that are not properly managed, are not up to date. Some are sitting dormant, but in terms of payroll, we have now found a service provider who is trying to work on the HR Premier, because that's one system that an organization cannot do without. So we are reviving some of these systems, and hopefully as soon as the new project manager comes in, we will be able to see some improvements in this regard. So that target was not met because there was no capacity to actually operationalize the IKM strategy that was delivered in 2020-21. The ICT plan, you had a few activities, and these activities happened quarterly, and also in quarter 4, I just listed a few from the ICT report. The ICT plan is pretty much, I don't want to say easier, but like your basic things that happens in ICT. So these are some of the things that keep us breathing, if you like, that are happening in the ICT department. The report on the implementation of the monitoring and evaluation plan has been developed, and this again was submitted quarterly and consolidated at the end of the year. The tracking tool also has been updated quarterly, but in Q4, what we have done with our oversight committee was to try and simplify the tool so that we can be able to, the team can be able to complete the information in a manner that is more useful to our oversight committee and external stakeholders. In terms of the implementation of the performance and information policy, again, the audit committee reported that this is one policy that has been delayed in terms of revision, as it was started by the previous HR manager and it kind of got stuck. But the idea here was to align it to the monitoring and evaluation framework that we have developed and adopted internally and also submitted to the committee. And this, at the time of reporting, had not been done. But as we report now, I received the integration of the performance information policy with alignments to the monitoring and evaluation framework. So we still have to take this through internal oversight processes. But for this quarter, obviously, this is the implementation that has happened, as was the idea to try and integrate this so that we measure the same fruits when we work with our performance information. The strategic partnership, in this quarter, we didn't achieve any, and for the year, we only achieved one. And this was for us another lesson, I suppose, because strategic partnerships requires a lot of negotiation in terms of what, you know, the terms and conditions of the partnerships, and signing an MOU every quarter proved to be challenging. And we have now strategized, as we had presented in our APP for 2022-23, that we have refocused our strategic approach around this outcome. Around this output indicator. The report on the implementation of the communication strategy has been compiled, and it is in the narrative, but we also have a comprehensive report that we develop for our own internal improvement processes, but this is also included in the narrative report separate from this presentation, which was submitted with all the other documents. The media monitoring report on coverage, I touched on this a bit when I was talking about advocacy, but this is a separate activity where now we have specifically meltwater monitoring what we are doing out there in the media, whether we are reaching people. And what we have done in the new strategy, amended strategy, is to go back, because now we have refocused on a public understanding of gender equality in our new APP. We're going to be able to look back at these numbers. Perhaps our targets for the 5-year strategy is to go and do reviews of whether we've made a difference or not around these media activities that we are conducting. The last output indicator on the implementation of the HR plan, again, I have just listed a few activities that were in our quarterly and reports for reported to our internal oversight committees. I just took a few of those for this presentation to say the plan is being implemented and monitored quarterly. In terms of the achievements, these are the projects that I was talking about, the transformation in the public and private sector. And I just listed a few departments that were mentioned in the report. The first one is, obviously, you have two government and two private entities, transformation in the public and private sector. The report, this was a report back on progress. So it's one of those projects where we conduct an investigation and then go back and monitor. But then we monitored different departments that we had done an investigation on in the previous years. The report on gender transformation investigation in TVET colleges, as indicated earlier, those were the TVET colleges that were investigated for this financial year. The state of shelters in South Africa, this particular report was looking at the implementation of recommendations, as we had reported when we reported on the original report, that I think we have two. This should be the third one, where we're following up on recommendations. And these are the entities that were followed up with in terms of this project. In terms of research reports, as I had mentioned earlier, the 5 reports were produced, which were on the assessment of responses to CGE's finding on the IRAP, as explained earlier. The response to intervention to combat gender-based violence. And these are the reports that once they have been published in hard copy, printed and all that, will be tabled in Parliament. But at this stage, they are complete for the completeness of the APP. The second year implementation of the gender responsive budgeting framework, the procurement project, as I had indicated, and lastly, the local elections report in South Africa. And just to indicate that we have made about 18 presentations that I counted on the legal and research reports to different portfolio committees in Parliament, some of them inviting relevant departments to come and account. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Members, Commissioners, and colleagues.
Thank you very much, CEO. For your presentation. Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Masiko.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
If I may check with you regarding the 2 outstanding reports, what was the response of the department?
The first report, Chair, the first report from HR in terms of the filling of the vacancies we received, and we've been able to engage on it. The only issue that was outstanding on that report, Chairperson, we had requested on the actual dates that were not finished on the report. The Commissioner Utlobatla has indicated that the CEO will be able the CEO will submit the data. I think we had not specified on when we will receive the dates by, but I think we should request that we'll receive those dates by the end of today, because there are some outstanding matters. For instance, the post of CFO, they had indicated that they finished and completed the process. What is outstanding is the psychometric test by the two candidates. One is a male, one is the other one is a female. They'll be doing a psychometric test, but there's no indication on when they will resume duties. The other ones are the HOD the HOD legal and HOD PEA. There were no dates there. So those are the dates that are outstanding on the report. Commissioner Tlubatla then said CEO will submit those dates that were outstanding on the report. I think we should request them for today, by end of business day today. The second report is the report of Commissioner Botha, who chairperson had indicated that the report is with their legal team. They have not received it back, so they are expecting to receive the report by the end of this week, and then the report will go through plenary, and they have indicated that we will receive the report by next week, Wednesday. Those are the two reports that we received. But the first report, chairperson, we were able to engage on it. And the second report, we were not able to receive it because it's not currently with the commission. Thank you, Chair.
I think, thank you very much, Honorable Masiko, but I think there were timelines that we gave CGE. What happened to those timelines?
The timelines for which report? The timeline, Chair, is for the report on the outstanding dates that need to be submitted. The dates we expect to receive those dates by end of business day today.
Yeah, I'm saying with regards to the issue, a report by Commissioner Botha, there were timelines. We gave them 4 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. What I mean is that
yes, Chair, we
now,
did, but
why are we not getting the report? This thing of their report is still with their legal team and so forth. It's here nor there. They're still playing their game of delaying tactics. To me, that's not acceptable. That is not acceptable, because we gave them enough time that they should deal with these things, these reports. Yagate.
We did not receive a, Chair.
What is the reason?
I think the chairperson will need to give reasons. Chairperson, we were not given any reasons.
And even the one, Commissioner Tlubatla, the issue of us getting a report with no dates, it's not acceptable. We need dates. CGE knew that they are coming to the portfolio committee on Tuesday. They should have prepared their reports. And I think the other report that will be very much important for us, if you remember, when they appointed the CEO was still on probation, and I'm not even sure whether they've done the assessment of the CEO and how they've concluded and what is their recommendation. So these are all the reports that needs to come to the portfolio committee, so that we must not be found wanting or be surprised by CGE and seeing things on media. So why are those reports not completed till to date? Because before the 4 commissioners' term of office lapses, they should conclude all these reports before their term of office lapses. Because if they are not concluded, it will mean, honorable members, in terms of their performance, we can say they failed to execute their duties. The fact that up until today, ECGE has not finalized the issue of filling in a vacant post, and they are underspending there because those positions are not filled. And we're not even sure whether the National Treasury regarding the other, the money that has been rolled back to National Treasury is going to give them. We're not sure. What they should be reporting to us is that what is it that they've done? We don't want to hear a story, a city, they are still going to National Treasury. We want to hear a story, a city, they went to National Treasury, and this is what the response that they got from National Treasury. Can we get response CGE and to you Ujuk, ne? Yeah, to Ujuk. To your report, Juk, that you presented to the Portfolio Committee, I'm informed that Honorable Masiko did raise the issue around payroll concerns. But I'm not sure why do you come to the Portfolio Committee without the full report? And the reason you gave to the Portfolio Committee, you said you will provide the committee with a written report. Why would you come to the Portfolio Committee without that report? Because obviously when you come to the Portfolio Committee, that was supposed to be presented. It's even worse because I see Ujugla, he wants to be excused from the meeting due to other commitments. And who appointed Ujuk? And why Tina, as a Portfolio Committee, must understand that Juk won't stay to the meeting until the end of the meeting? Why should we accept that as the Portfolio Committee? Is Ujuk acting or she is appointed permanent to that position as the chair of Ilokujana, Audit and Risk Committee? Because first impression last. Let's get CGE to respond. Okay, let me get hands from honorable members first, and then let's get ECGE to respond to all the issues that I have raised now. Honorable members, that's the report. CEO, may you please remove your document on the screen?
Chair, if I may, before you proceed, can we try and locate Duke because he is no longer on the platform and request for him to return to the meeting?
Yeah, because that's not acceptable.
Yes, Chair, can we request that, please?
Yeah, responsibility ka CEO le.
Thanks, Chair. I'll call him.
Can I get hands from honorable members? Commissioner Klobatla, we don't want to hear which dates kind of says or finalize yourselves, you know, no CEO. We want dates. Are those positions the head of legal advertised or what's happening? Can I get hands from honorable members? Honorable
Yes.
Masondo? Honorable Ngobo? I see only 3 hands, unless honorable members, I don't see your hands. I see Honorable Masondo, Honorable Ngobo, Honorable Masiko, and other members.
Chairperson, I'm sorry, I don't have a question because my network was on and off.
Did you receive a report, ma?
Yes, I did.
Wonka report to Atoli.
Matoli.
Oh, okay. Okay, nyabo.
Thank you.
Singa ungabe mhlambe nama report awathola.
No, ngwatholile ma report. The network yam, yes.
Ngiyabonga ma. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning and good morning, honorable members and the CGE and our staff. I have just few questions, Chairperson, here. What progress have been made by the CGE in implementing the recommendations as outlined in the PRRR 2021? What, if any, have the challenges been? What are the outstanding investigations and what are the current investigations? How many recommendations as outlined in the audit action plan must still be implemented? Provide a list of these. Which heads of department positions are vacant and impacting on the delivery of the audit action plan? What are the proposed new timeframes for the implementation of the outstanding items on the audit action plan? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masondo. Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. Chairperson, just 2 issues on my side. The first one is on the high-level meetings that the CGE had in the quarter. And I just want to find out what were the outcomes of these high-level meetings. And the second one is on the systemic gender violations and shelters. And the CGE had indicated that most entities have failed to implement the recommendations as outlined in the CGE's report by the end of Q3. So I just want to find out from the CGE if anything has changed since then and what is the CGE's strategy moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobo. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Mine will be mostly on the reports that we received from the Audit and Risk Committee. Chairperson, I have a great concern in relation to the regression of how our governance matters are managed in CGE. I will go firstly to the internal audit findings, Honorable Chair. In terms of the IT findings, there is a noted absence of IT security management plans. I would like to ask from CGE, why is that the case? And also there was a noted finding of the absence of security test plans. And I think when it comes to issues of ICT, Chairperson, I think it's important that we are able to ensure that our security measures are quite tight, because you know that there is issues of hacking and everything else. But there was also a noted lack of staff education and awareness on information security, which is very important, Chairperson, as we are dealing with sensitive issues, cases of individuals and members of the public. I will go back to the payroll findings. Mr. Matebula Ujuk, when we were interrogating his comment around the inadequate documentation of employee payroll information, I think it's a concern that we need to address to CGE and ask why is there inadequate documentation when it comes to payroll of employees in terms of information. He also raised a matter of a housing allowance paid to Chairperson. So that is in contradiction with the approved remuneration policy. So we need clarity around the housing allowance. Who is it being paid to? And according to which policy is this housing allowance being paid? There is an indication, Chairperson, in terms of also payroll findings that there is non-existence of overtime policy. Does it mean that if there's no overtime policy, that there's no overtime being paid to employees? And if overtime is being paid to employees, according to which policy is that overtime being paid? The other question, Chairperson, is around the performance findings. In terms of the performance findings, it was noted that there is ineffective and inefficient program or project management. Why is that the case? In terms of the SCM findings, it was noted that 2 suppliers in the IT industry are sharing the same address. Is the CGE aware of that? Have they investigated that matter? And what has been the findings around that finding? In terms of the third quarter audit performance, it was noted, Chairperson, that there is an overachievement of planned targets which have not been explained. Now, the overachievement, Chairperson, of targets can be attributed to a number of factors. The first one is that maybe they have really overperformed. They've given, they've gone beyond the call of duty. That's the first explanation we can have. The second explanation, Chairperson, is that there is a certain level of under-targeting. So one would like to know, because there are no reasons given, is whether there is an under-targeting that has taken place, which I suspect is the case, or maybe there is a certain level of an overachievement going beyond the call of duty, which must be commended if that's the case. But I think we need an explanation in relation to that. And yeah, I think maybe I'll stop there, Chairperson, and I'll come back for the second round if my questions have not been answered appropriately. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. I think the other question that I think it's important, Honorable members, is the IT policies on ICT. Is the IT policies are still in a draft form, and this will ultimately lead into repeat findings, having delayed approving of policies. What I want to ask the CGE, why are you still having IT policies in a draft for so long? Have they been presented in plenary? If they have not been presented to plenary, why are they not presented in plenary? Why don't you see it important that the issue of security of your information is important? Why are you not seeing it important, CEO? How can you gamble like this? So Nina, it means in CGE, anyone can access your information. You took how long? Can you get response from CGE?
I come in, maybe Chair, my hand is up before the CGE response.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson and members on the platform. I think I'm partly covered or mostly covered by the comment inputs that have been made by committee members so far. And it really means that maybe CGE, as maybe from my part as a comment to say that most of the time we give the commission deadlines or time frames to say respond and report on this date. Maybe at some stage CGE, if we give timelines, if they are not reasonable or so on, it's also important from their side to say we will not be able to achieve in a week's time or so that we agree on a proper time frame to say report on this, because I think the short period it gives a lot of pressure. I'm assuming, and I want to think, yeah, it gives a lot of pressure, and then we will continue having reports that are not up to what we expect to have. In terms of, it's about the short period and having from their side maybe just to have a report to come and present on the CG. Sorry, Chair.
You got cut off. I don't know whether it's from my side or it's from that side.
What's happening, Chair?
I'm saying you got cut off. I couldn't hear your questions. So I'm not sure whether it's from my side or it's from the other side, whether they did hear you.
I'm not sure. I don't know if members did hear me or not. I'm not aware.
Masiko, did you hear Honorable Boni?
Yes, Chair, she was loud and clear.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I was saying, Chair, that maybe as we give timeframes from every meeting that we have with CGA, it will also be proper from their side maybe to say this one is not realistic or reasonable. Can we extend to 2 weeks or so? Because when we give like a week's thing, it's about just having reports and so on. We keep asking the same questions sometimes in the meetings. Why this, why that? Because it's a lot of issues that one picks up from the report and from what has been presented, Chair, in terms of the quotas and so on. So I was saying maybe they must also indicate to us to say that we have this date, we will be able to can have a proper and a fully complete report on this date, and then we agree in terms of what is it that they will present, so that they make sure that amongst themselves they sit and look into what is being written, what needs to be presented, so that we don't go back and forth in terms of respond here, go back, do this and all that. So I think it will be proper when they also indicate to us what will be a reasonable and realistic time frame for them to can do all the work that they have been given by the committee. And then you have touched on the issue of the policy, Chair. The other issue is that on quarter 4, the ARC noted and the seemingly lack of alignment in operations and activities to the strategic intent of the institution, which present a deficiency in the organization. So one would want to know that this particular, it is particularly concerning, and maybe if CGE can tell us what is the progress that has been made so far in implementing the ARC's recommendations in this report, in this regard. So there's a number of things, but I think it is important that I'm not sure, maybe as an advice or comment also from my side, is that when last or how often does CGE sit to have a strategic session, to look into these things, and that their reports to be up to date, and having other team members editing or commenting amongst themselves before presenting to the committee, discussing the report, and making sure that they help one another, so that when the chair or the CEO reports, the team has seen the report. I'm not sure whether it happens or does not happen, seen the report. And I believe somebody might be able to say, but that one we have not included and that one we are lacking. Let us do 1, 2, 3 and support one another in terms of presenting and submitting reports to the committee, because it's like we're going, since I started in the committee, it's like we're going back and forth. Why this has not happened? This is not, have you responded? And it's like we're going back and forth with CGE on the meetings that I've been in with them. So I think something needs to be done, and agreements in terms of time frame. They should not just say yes, and knowing that it will be not easy for them to conclude and have everything within the report as per the requirements of the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boni. I think what also I've noted in the reports is that in quarter 2 and quarter 3, there was no indication of vacancies. But the truth is there are vacancies. And why are you not reporting this in your reports? Why do you want to behave as if you have filled all your vacancies? Commissioner Tlobatla, you are heading human resource.
Yes, Chairperson.
What's going on in human resource?
Yeah, as the committee, we do meet quarterly, and also we do have meetings in an event there are urgent matters that we need to discuss. When it comes to the issues of outstanding posts, we do have targets, and we have revised them after the meeting that we had with Parliament. And also, in addition, there are dates. It's just in the report that we gave earlier. It's those 2 that were mentioned where we didn't put the dates. But as we speak, Chairperson, HR is working on them, because immediately after I realized that omission in the report, I immediately requested them to clearly outline the sequence of events in those posts that were identified by members, and also put the specific dates that explain the process in each post. And I did offer an apology to honorable members on those 2 posts that were identified. But on the other posts, there was a sequence of events. So with our reports that we submit as HR committee to plenary, we always put the specifics in everything that we did previously and moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
If I may ask, are all the vacancies in your supply chain unit filled?
There are some that are filled, then there are those that are outstanding as reported earlier. But in an event there is information that I might have left out with my response now, the CEO and the chair maybe can assist. But the report that I sent to Neliswa, the one that she flagged earlier when I was doing the presentation, it gives accounts to all the outstanding posts, not necessarily the HOD posts, even the junior posts within the institution. It gives an account on all of them with process and specific dates. It's just that those few areas where members, honorable members mentioned the loopholes or outstanding information. We will fill in that information. As indicated, HR is busy on it as we speak, and our humble apologies, Chairperson, for that. But it's getting fixed.
How are you intending to correct the spending on compensation of employees? We are at 69% with no proper records as indicated as a finding from the Audit and Risk Committee. How you intend to do corrections and put up plans that will try and address what we're seeing, and why was CGE having for such a long time?
Yeah, Chairperson.
And when did this started? It started now, or it's been a problem for a very long time? Because I don't want to hear answer Yoguti because we're gonna move to a human resource. It's because you only appointed a person now. When did this started? That's why we wanted this person Ujuk back to the meeting. Because, you know, receiving a half-cooked report, it's not okay. We need to understand as a portfolio committee on when did this started. A person can't just come to a meeting and present a report and say, I won't stay long, I want to go. What nonsense is that? What made you to, why was Duke your first choice? Were you informed that Duke won't stay for the whole meeting? How is he going to understand issues that are raised by honorable members if this is for the first time that he attended our meeting and it doesn't stay for long so that he can hear other things that he has raised in his report and the things that you're presenting as CGE to the portfolio committee? Whose choice was it? Because you are the ones who's responsible for that. It's not us. It's not the portfolio committee who chooses audit and risk people for your committee members. It's you, CGE. Why must we have headache every time when you are coming to the portfolio committee? You know, it's understandable. Other things are understandable. That, you know, you couldn't meet deadlines and you can explain why you couldn't meet deadlines. And if you are not meeting deadlines, as Honorable Boni was saying, why are you not requesting an extension? Why must you come to the portfolio committee and we start asking you things? Are you fit and proper to be a governance structure? Are you up to the task? When we advertise these vacancies, must we consider you? Or what recommendation we must make as a committee? Why do you want to be monitored by us and be told by the committee most of the things? No, we can't. It's not correct, it's wrong. We are expecting you to be the people who are, you know, above board. You are the ones who need to be telling us that these are the things that are happening. We'll need your support in 1, 2, 3, 4 as the portfolio committee. You can't come always in the portfolio committee and they will look like mad people, crazy people who are always fighting. No, it's not healthy at all. We want a day where we're going to say, thank you very much for your report. We're agreeing, everything is well. And just give you a few a recommendation. Why it's like you are deteriorating? From where you were, it's like you're going down now. What is the problem? It is your responsibility to meet deadlines. You have a responsibility to meet deadlines as CGE, and where you're not meeting deadlines, and this thing of you going back, not doing what you are supposed to be doing. Why are we having full-time commissioners? Why are you getting paid? When there are outstanding reports like this, just under your nose, when you're there in office every day. Commissioner DBL, why are you a full-time commissioner when there are outstanding reports that you are not getting as a portfolio committee, that which you have not even applied for extension of dates? We are there to do what? It's unhealthy, commissioners. It's not okay. It's unhealthy. We are making our job very difficult. We are not even worried that your IT policies are not on. Your information is not protected. How do you protect your information? Or you're doing deliberate. We are selling information to anyone in the streets. Whose responsibility is it? Is it the governance structure that needs to make sure that there is a policy on IT? Who's that official who's heading EICT? He's getting paid for what? To do what? Why is that person not explaining to the committee on how does he secure information of the institution? Are some of you selling out information? Hence, you are having many leaks. What is going on at CGE? Which of the answers is satisfactory that you have given us so far, including Juke? Can we get a response on commissioners? It's unhealthy for you to come to the portfolio committee and every time we sound like you are fighting you when we are not fighting you. It's unhealthy. It's not correct. You have more than 6 full-time commissioners at CGE. You have no excuse to come to the portfolio committee and present half-cooked things. When you're asking you want now to come up with it, why didn't you give us the dates before we even ask you? Can we get a response? CGE, can you get response, please? CO? CO?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Please bear with me. I know you've had this before in terms of our ICT department. We do really care. Maybe care is an understatement. We are worried. And telling you, Honorable Chair, that we are worried is not good enough. But we, as I had said, we have 2 people manning the whole country. And they also, when we talk about capacity, I explain that they don't comprehend the whole ICT universe. That's why we're getting in a new resource to review the whole process so that our systems are serving us for what we're doing, especially when we come to issues of payroll, as was reported. I had indicated that one of the key systems that have been laying dormant was the HR Premier, which no institution should go without because it manages all the electronic information of the institution in as far as HR is concerned. So records are misaligned, are lost, and this and that because much of it is paper-based, and that's what we're trying to move away from. So unfortunately, it takes quite some time. Honorable Chair, remember we advertised about 25 posts in December, and that's what we're trying to, to get out of the way as much as we can, as Commissioner Nduli has explained. So we are really taking this seriously, and we are trying to address the issue of our ICT because it affects a lot of things that we do. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. But I also wanted to add to Commissioner Nduli in terms of the staff in SCM. We have all the staff members in the structure in SCM. There are just a few people. That's why we have challenges with delegations, not being clear, because you find that one person do a lot of many things that they shouldn't be doing because there are no posts, which is why, as I had explained, as we move forward with our new APP, one of the biggest output indicator is to come up with a costed business plan with desired structure options so that we can fill these gaps that are really weakening our performance, if you like, as the CGE. I don't know, Honorable Chair, if I can perhaps respond to some of the other questions that were asked.
Yes, CO, you can continue.
Yes, there was a question around the high level, the outstanding audit action plans. I think it was Honorable Masondo, one of her questions. As Honorable Masondo was speaking, I was trying to search the audit action plan because it has percentages of what we have implemented and what we have not yet implemented. And the one thing I remember is that there was a comment from the audit committee that we seem to focus on implementing the Auditor General's actions, not necessarily the internal, whereas we should be doing the opposite, fix the inside so that we can be able to fix the outside. And that is one advice that we are taking as we implement the outstanding audit action plan. And yes, it does have a lot of recurring findings from a couple of years back, but again, it's things where you don't have dedicated resources taking care of issues. The CGE needs that, otherwise we will keep coming here and telling honorable members the same thing, which is not really, as honorable members say, it's not how we would want to work. The high-level meetings outcomes, what happens is once our report have been tabled in Parliament, relevant portfolio committees will come and request us to present our findings and recommendations to implementing agencies or duty bearers. And the portfolio committees, some I know, as I had indicated, they call the relevant departments to come and account, and then they hold them accountable going forward. So as the CGE, we keep following up, as I was saying with the shelter report. I think the one we produced in March this year is a third one. And we keep following up on those recommendations. As they are not getting implemented, the relevant portfolio committee take our recommendations and then follow up as required. I will make an example, Honorable Chair, with the Department of Higher Education, where Honorable Chair was in attendance, and I think the Minister was there as well. So it's those kind of things that for us as the CGE, we feel that our work does help us as a country to at least hold each other accountable where necessary. The issue of the housing allowance, yes, there is a discrepancy. I think historically staff were paid about 1.1 housing allowance, and we found that in the new policy, and this we take, I take responsibility for, and we are working on correcting that, because somehow in the new revised remuneration policy, it says 900, while the system continued the way they've been doing things, the policy is saying something else. And that is an error that we will correct, and we have started working on correcting that as quickly as we can. The issue of overtime, when I talked about paper-based work, how unreliable it is, long as I have been in the CGE looking for policies, I also believed there was no overtime policy, and I found it not so long ago. It is old, it needs to be revised, but that's the policy that is being applied. Apparently, we do have an overtime policy, but it needs a revision now that we have managed to locate it. And ideally, when we revive our IT systems, these are documents that a document management system is part of that, where you don't have to look all over the place for a policy. You click a button, you get what you are looking for. There was a question, I think it was Honorable Masiko, who was asking about one of the findings in the audit report, in the internal audit report, I think it is ineffective project management. I know we had quite some discussions around this, because as audit findings come out, you find that we have different understandings of things. And one of the things that I remember vividly on this discussion was that there were no concept document on certain projects. And we don't necessarily develop concept documents on different projects in the APP, but for them, they felt that there should have been a concept document. There are other things related to the effectiveness of the office of the CEO, for instance, which was one of those findings, where the CEO is alone in her office, and they were saying it's kind of a bit awkward to expect an office with one person operating in it. It related to that as well. the issue of supply chain. Unfortunately, this is one tricky area where institutions really find some unacceptable things happening. Some are mistakes, some we don't know whether it's a mistake or not, but if somewhere there were clear evidence that is not a mistake, I haven't seen those so far. So far, it's a question of having one person in SCM dealing with everything and things falling through the cracks. That's what I have observed. And even in our reports to the auditors, when they ask the same question, they do ask, when you explored the situation, was this an issue? Was it deliberate or not? And most of them, we haven't seen anything where someone outright tried to do something wrong. Again, when you look at the papers, when you ask for supply chain records, you will be given a huge file of papers. And in that kind of record keeping, things happen. And I'm not defending the finding. The finding is correct. I'm just looking at our control systems that without electronic systems helping us in these things, a human error is always, creep in often. Lastly, perhaps the issue of the overachievement of targets. I think
CEO. That's what you just said now, that when you ask supply chain for documents, you'll be given a big file or many documents. That on its own has an element of confusing you, so that, when you look at piles of files and you don't know where to start and to end where, because information is hidden from you that you must not see it. So the issue of ICT is very important.
Yes, definitely, Honorable Chair. And yeah, those are the things that we're underway trying to address. As we have indicated, we have given the ICT person an offer letter and waiting for a response. But that's exactly what I'm saying, Honorable Chair, that we really are operating in the past in the CGE, because a lot of our documentation are paper-based, and every now and then something can be found and so forth. So we're trying to do away with that when we revive our ICT systems. I was going to the issue of the overachievement of targets, that as I was presenting, I had indicated that our work is such that even if we have a target that we know as an institution, this is what we are capable of. Sometimes you have stakeholders coming in and say, you really have to come here and assist us with this and that and that and that. That's why as we have taken the advice of the audit committee, Q4 is reported cumulatively, and where we have overachieved, we have explained why and how there are no financial implications in that regard. I think, the last one, sorry, ma'am, the misalignments on non-performance information, non-financial information and performance information. I think when we presented our APP and strategy and budget for 2022-23, we did have a discussion here where honorable members were saying, how can you have the total before you add the activities at the bottom? And I was explaining that we started last year at the CGE to use the Treasury activity template so that we can be able to cost And last year, it didn't work out. This year, fortunately, we have people who are assisting, and we have started. We are costing our activities so that we can be able to say for this output indicator, this is how much we have spent. So to align this performance reporting and financial reporting. So that is another venture that we have already gotten into as we finalize the activity plans. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members.
Thank you, CEO Duke.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity to speak. Firstly, my apologies. I'm here. I got back as soon as I was recalled, so I'll stay, and I appreciate the opportunity to actually interact with all the honorable members and get to understand the inner workings of reporting to the Portfolio Committee in Parliament, and also how CGE reports to the Portfolio Committee. On the issue of ICT, obviously I was co-opted last year, and my specialty and expertise is in ICT. So I've been advocating on the policies that they are dated and the risk they pose in terms of how we manage cybersecurity. And what I then did was work with the CEO to advise on matters of ICT around how do we recapacitate, not just from a human resource perspective, just from a capability and strategic alignment of CGE's objectives, and also looking at a IT plan or roadmap that would actually assure that those outcomes are achieved. And so I think we've gotten to the point where we've been able to secure the candidate, and we hope that they do accept. And that person I've offered, as I play an oversight role in the audit committee and looking after CGE. However, I've offered my services from my oversight role to advise on the matters of ICT, especially around cybersecurity. And the policy aspects, I think those are quite simple to resolve, but we need the right person to work with and actually guide and drive to get those closed out as ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke, for coming back, because it's important that you sit in our meetings until we finish, so that you understand all the issues which members are raising, and how your colleagues and the board is responding to the questions that are raised by honorable members. Because if you are not here, you won't even understand how were the engagements in the Portfolio Committee. But sitting here, it also empowers you so that at least you'll understand moving forward on what is the expectation of the Portfolio Committee from in reports that you are coming to present to the Portfolio Committee. So there are many issues that we have raised in your absentia, I'm sure, but because you can even get the records, the clips of our committee meetings in YouTube or Facebook, if I'm not mistaken. Ms. Landu is here. She can also assist our communication officer. It's very much important, especially the one that you just responded on, the one of ICT. It's very critical that CGE, it's something that needs to be finalized as soon as possible. It cannot be correct that CGE, when coming to that, there's no improvement. It's a song. And for us, I'm sure they won't feel offended if we are saying in terms of their performance, including the CEO, we can give them 0, because that's the first thing that they should be carrying off. Thank you very much for coming back. And then let's get the chair and the deputy chair and other commissioners. If there are things to Honorable Klobatla and DBL, they must also respond to issues that I've raised to them. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just want to clarify on the status of the Audit and Risk Committee Chair. Chair, we indicated, and in our report, we have indicated that we have experienced the resignation of the Audit Committee Chairperson during the last month of the last quarter, or quarter four of the previous financial year. So the arrangement has been as followed, Chair, following the immediate resignation. We have had our negotiations internally, Chair. There were initially 3 positions within the Audit and Risk Committee, the position of the Chair and 2 members, so there were 3 in total. So with the resignation of the Chair, that has left a vacant position of the Chairperson. I think Duke indicated and reiterated on that matter. So what we have done internally, Chair, was to appoint an interim chairperson of this committee, Chair, and his name is Mr. Nkosini Mashaba. So Mr. Nkosini was appointed and he was able to make a presentation in our plenary meeting. However, Chair, I've been informed that Mr. Nkosini was not available to come and present as the acting chairperson in the position, and he has appointed, that means Duke is actually standing in for Mr. Mashaba, who is the current acting chairperson. So in building the internal capacity, Chair, which is what we are currently doing, we are taking the recommendations made by the 2-member committee members that we need to make appointments or make the 2 appointments of the audit committee members so that we can at least have 4 members in the committee. And once the appointments have been made, and a chairperson will be formally appointed from the 4 members. So that's the current situation and the current position in the Audit and Risk Committee chairperson. So I wanted to clarify that. The second one, Chair, that I want to just provide quick clarity on is that on the border matter, Chair, you will remember that in this meeting, we did submit within set periods or set time frames. We did submit a sequence of events report, which was tabled in this meeting. However, Chair, we were given 2 weeks to a month to come back and report to the meeting, Chair. There were quite a number of issues that were raised, Chairperson. We have been trying to address those issues, and I want to agree with Honorable Boni Marekwa in terms of saying when time frames are given, perhaps we should be able to come back and say the time frames are not realistic. I think for us on this particular one, Chair, the one
not come back to the committee meeting, Chairperson. She was not saying coming back to the committee meeting. You know exactly, Chair, what needs to be done. You usually write to me on time.
I know, Chair.
And request extension.
Yes, I think from our side, Chair, we should have asked for extension. However, we were hoping, Chair, that by this time we would have the report. We are experiencing delays, Chair. I think I did indicate and clarify that from our side, we are experiencing delays from the lawyers that we are currently working with on the matter, Chair. And we definitely did not see this coming. We were hopeful that by this time we report to the portfolio committee, we would have received the final report from the lawyers. We would have tabled it at plenary, Chair, and we would have been able to actually bring a legally sound report before the portfolio committee and submit the same to the Speaker's
Can I
office.
interject you, Chairperson?
Yes, Chair.
You see, when you appoint a service provider, you give a service provider terms of reference and time frame. If that service provider is not delivering according to your expectations, according to what the contracts you have signed with them, what must you do?
Chairperson, can I clarify the current status of this service provider, Chair? This service provider was appointed last year, Chairperson, to deal with this matter. So with the recommendations of the portfolio committee in our previous meeting, we went back to the same service provider with the previous report and with what we asked or requested them to actually work on in terms of assisting us with the review of this report and how the report should be legally sound and how it should actually look at issues and current legislations before we submit them, Chair. So I think the time frame that we negotiated on this particular project with them was last week, Thursday or Friday, if I'm not mistaken, Chair. So I think it has taken us a day more or a day later with them. And I indicated in the meeting, Chair, that I did write an email yesterday reminding them to send the report to us. I haven't received any response, Chair. I think we will be going back to them with tighter time frames so that this report can be finalized, approved internally, so that by next week, Wednesday, both the offices, your office as well as the office of the Speaker, is given a complete report that we are all happy about. Chair.
Chair, are you done?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm done, Chair.
Okay, ukuthi isandla sakho siphakeme ngicela ukuthi sehlise.
Okay.
Deputy Chair, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon, honourable members. I just wanted to respond on the questions not touched on. There's an issue of process that Honourable Bonimo Rekwa has raised. Just to appraise the honourable members, after the committee meetings, we actually do engage prior to coming here on submissions. We also have an internal process which we said that as an institution, let's have an institutional submission. It's not good that we come to portfolio committee and seem to be disjointed or not responding to previous matters. So we do have internally, honourable members and Honourable Moregwa, the process that you have envisaged. And as Honourable Chairperson Dabai said, we do also request for late issues, late submission, and the Chairperson usually does that. What I just want to touch on, there is a matter that Chairperson has not answered on. I think the matter on Honourable Commissioner Botha and Mr. Matebula has been touched on. I think on the matter of Commissioner Day, that matter seemed to be not responded to by Chair. What I have done is to appraise the Chair even before the meeting on not just this issue, but any other matters that I do think will come up given the historical issues that were raised. And I ordinarily sometimes do it openly in the meetings we have, or I do it directly with the chairperson to say, colleague, Commissioner Chair, you will be asked to respond on this matter. I advise that there be a prepared document or input coming from the institution because of the historical nature of matters. So I just want to appraise the members on this, that we do engage on the matter. Unfortunately, on specifically this one, we are limited as commissioners
and I'm speaking for now commissioners in terms of what authority we have in the handbook to say, we advise and state that, listen, there is a problem here, Chairperson, and
I've advised directly on this matter to say, Chair, probably you need to implement the handbook guidelines. The issues have been raised, but also engage the commissioner affected if there is a problem. But on the performance of commissioners, which is primarily what is being dealt with on this one, the authority does lie with the chair, but we don't stop there. We actually do engage the chairperson and advise on the process, and also point to the procedural guidelines that we have so that the matter is finalized. So I was hoping the chair was going to actually talk to that issue because even before this meeting, I would say that openly we discussed to say, Chair, maybe you need to position to have a position because you're the one who is the chair of the institution, and if there is an issue with the commissioner, whether it's a positive or negative issue, we would rely on you, so to speak. So I think on that one, I just want to touch on that. The last point I wanted to talk on is on the programs that the honourable member was asking about in terms of following up. One of the honourable members at the start asked about the follow-up of the recommendations made and the programs. So we're trying to focus now, colleagues and honourable members, the matter of implementation of our programs, the following up of recommendations of our programs. We're tired of coming to present reports and those reports are not being executed by the custodians. So we've put in place, as the CEO said, a simplified version of the monitoring and tracking tool. It's being implemented in the next quarter. We have provided a framework and a template. You will get those reports every quarter. Kashifa will analyze our inputs, and we ask that the honourable members continue to ask us to give the updates because we
are in our own APP saying that these need to be revised. I think the second input that has been asked is about organizational renewal. I think Honourable Masiko was touching on the issue of IT. Mr. Matebula has touched on the issue of ITC. We have touched on the issue of ITC. And I want to say to the members and Honourable Ndaba that we are not happy with the leaks. We are not happy with the poor document management system and also the IT failures as an institution. We have said that there must be oversight, and we have also put the action plan that Mr. Matebula is talking about in ITC is the oversight that we have said needs to be put in place and implemented so that we can deal with the failures. We've also said that corrective action must be implemented when necessary because the CEO oversees obviously the management where there are failures. But I think that the structural issues in CGE require that we get the requisite skill and put in place the plans that we have said. We are not happy either, but we are putting in place measures to try and rectify those failures. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Deputy Chair and the Chair, you know, what we want to see as the Portfolio Committee, it's how you have structured your responsibilities as the Chair and the Deputy Chair. Because, you know, every time when you are in the meetings, we're asking ourselves, in fact, which delegated responsibilities is the Deputy Chair doing? Because
there's
sorry,
I just want to help you. I don't have delegated duties, no responsibilities, Chair. I only act as the Chair when the Chair is not in a meeting. That's the only difference between me and other commissioners. Otherwise, I'm equal to other commissioners, except where the chairperson is not available in a meeting and I act as the chairperson. However, I don't have specific delegated responsibilities as a deputy chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Because that's why there's a lack of leadership in your institution. Why? It's because you don't delegate responsibilities. How does one person do everything in the institution? When you are two in the office, Tina, when we say office of the chairperson, we mean the chair and the deputy chair. You are professionals. It's something that you cannot be told by us as the portfolio committee. I'm raising this because on behalf of the committee, because you make our work very difficult, because there are responsibilities that yourselves as the chair and the deputy chair, some of the things must be done by yourself as the deputy chairperson. That's why even in cabinet, there's a chairperson, a minister and a deputy minister. And there are delegated responsibilities of both. Even in parliament, there's a speaker and a deputy speaker. And there are responsibilities that both of them have delegated. There are things that the speaker have delegated to the deputy speaker, which on behalf of parliament. And we've got presiding officers, Nina no too. That's why net confusion. The confusion starts from your office. Yonke nje yenzakala ku CGE. Yenzakala from your office. All along, we've been we were just playing around, not wanting to tell you, but today we must tell you. People who are failing in CGE is your office. Yonke le nyaka yama posts yama reports anjani failure from your office. And don't be surprised, we're going to make a recommendation. Good kahle abantu who are failing the institution is yourselves. Can I get a finance report quickly so that Ma'am O'Hara and Commissioner Dibiela, what are you saying about ICT? I'm told you are heading ICT.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair, I'm acting chairperson of IT. I want to believe that the CEO had covered part of the
Why
issue.
are you acting?
The Commissioner Bota was the chairperson. He's the chairperson. Now that he's on suspension, the chair appointed me to act in that position.
You've been acting for how long? Not a problem.
Since the suspension, Chair. That's where I was going. May I continue, Chair?
Yes, Dibiela.
The problem with IT policies, Chair, has a history. And I'm sure, hence the Deputy Chair said we are concerned. In our last committee meeting, we agreed that in the next meeting, we want the policies to be presented, because the process is that the policies start at MENCO and then they go to the committee and then to plenary. So we have agreed that the policies MENCO must sit down and consider those policies so that they can be presented to the ITC committee, so that the committee can recommend the policies to plenary. And I am sure that we would get the policies. It was not only on issues of policies in terms of IT, there were other issues and others the Deputy Chairperson has already raised. There were other issues that relate to our IT, which has been a bit disorganized. And we have raised those issues and we have agreed that in the next meeting, the CEO shall present a report, because the responsibility at the moment is that of the CEO to make sure that the policies are presented to MENCO and subsequently to the Committee on ITC. Thanks, Chair. Oh, Chair, I am here. Hi. I wanted to be in the meeting, Chair. I thought I would go to the doctor tomorrow.
No, you must consult. You must go consult the doctor. Your health comes first. Let's hear the finance report. CFO.
Good afternoon. I'm gonna start sharing, Chairperson. Thank you.
Oh, acting CFO, ne?
Yes.
Appointed CFO, acting.
I'm the acting CFO.
Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and the committee at large, the commissioners and my colleagues. I'm going to present the fourth quarter report for Commission for Gender Equality as at the 31st of March 2022. To the committee, I bring forth my presentation for the financial performance, which is the profit and loss. For the year under review 2021, National Treasury granted us an annual budget of 91,400,000 from the adjusted baseline of 78.6 million received in the prior year. This was a 16% increase from the previous year. In quarter four, parliamentary grant in terms of GRAP 23 revenue from non-exchange, in our MTF we received 22.8 million from the National Treasury transfer grants. Additional interest amounted to 139,569, which was recognized from the positive cash balance that we have in our FNB bank. The cumulative surplus in the fourth quarter was sitting at 5.1 million, and an additional grant from the Advocacy was 95,758 rands. This was set aside for training and development for the needs of the Commission as a whole. The reduced spending or the surplus that we have in the fourth quarter was due to the accumulation of the lockdown, of the national lockdown for ordinary activities, which overlapped in the third and the fourth quarter, as the lockdown was in the first and the second quarter of the financial year that we are under review. Compensation of employees was the largest key expenditure driver, with 54.1 million for the year ended 31 March 2022. This resulted in a cost saving total for the 2022 financial year at 9.4 million, which was the 20% from the budget. So we underspent on the 20% of our budget. The reason of underspending was 20 vacancies which existed in the financial year, which included 2 commissioners' vacancies. It should be noted to the committee that most of the positions were filled towards the fourth quarter, so the saving, because it's a fixed saving, it overlapped from the first quarter, second, and the third quarter. The other expenditure which was significant was relating to Office of Cleaning and Maintenance, which recorded an under expenditure of 2 million against a budget of 4.9 million. This was caused by the delay in invoicing, as now we are going to be paying for our own cleaning and maintenance expenses. Public Works doesn't do the mandate according to where they pay the rates and taxes and also list building on behalf of clients' departments. It should also be noted that budgeting of such expenses should be done in the 2023 financial year. On my third slide, I have analysis of my financial position. In terms of the current norm for the current ratio, we have 2:1, so you must have twice your asset against your liability. The Commission is sitting at 3:1. Okay. Three is to 1, which indicates that our liquidity is good as we are above the current norm. The current liability in terms of Treasury Regulation 8.2.3, it says that we need to pay our expenses within 30 days unless otherwise not abided by that. So our liabilities, 99% of them relate to total current at 8.5 million as at the 31st of March 2022, as compared to last year, sitting at 11,600,000 in 2021. This was a decrease, meaning that we are paying our suppliers and our goods which are due for payment on time. At reporting quarter, the average creditor payment was materially below 30 days. So in our aging analysis, we don't have anything that is overlapping more than 60 days. So we are paying our suppliers. It should also be noted that it was in the fourth quarter towards the year, most invoices were received towards the year end. And when we were finalizing our financial statement, our creditors have increased because some services the invoices were received after the 31st of March, which made our creditors to go higher. When it comes to my cash and cash, because the cash is leading to the flow, my bank is leading to the flow from the MTF that we're finding against the expenditure of the commission as a whole. In the fourth quarter, I had in my bank balance, I had 26,426,068 rands. The following were the contributors. The first one is the fixed cost saving for compensation of employees, which was increasing my balance from the first quarter up until the fourth quarter. Then I have invoices which were received after the 31st of March, which resulted in creditors to increase. So because we didn't pay our suppliers, then our cash went up. And then the other one, it was my accruals, where services were rendered from past events and which are going to overlap into the next financial year, which is 2022-23. The accumulation of interest, which is earned on the positive balance. This is because of the tranches that we get from the Parliamentary grant. And in the fourth quarter, we recognize an interest of 189 and 569 rates. Services not rendered, which increased my bank balances against the budget, especially when it came to COVID restriction. My staff training and development, we had a huge cost saving because 2 of the quarters there were restrictions. The sixth one is my commitments. My commitments, as at the fourth quarter reporting, it was sitting at 2,009,024 rands. Then overall, the surrendering of the retention of surplus is sitting at 19 million. The unspent money, we can only start motivating it to National Treasury after AGSA has issued their audit opinion in terms of GRAP and the Public Audit Act. The surplus surrendered to National Treasury could be used to improve the Commissioner's Office infrastructure and work environment to motivate employees and promote performance. My asset management, in terms of Section 38D and Treasury Regulation 10.1, we've done we done biannual physical asset. One was done in September, one was done towards the year end, so we can check the existence and the performance or the state of our assets, which will help us when we do the valuation of the assets. This asset verification were done on all 10 offices, meaning 9 provinces and 1 head office. Internal audit findings in the current year of review included the slow moving of disposal of asset, the assets which have reached their lifespan and deterioration thereof. The retention of surplus motivation will be also inclusive of office infrastructure, because most of our assets have reached their lifespan, but we are still in use and some of them have deteriorated. Furthermore, additional laptops, IT infrastructure, we procured additional laptops at 31 March 2022, and we have received delivery in this week. The process of evaluation and adjudication disposal of the planned asset disposal are currently underway, with the hope to be concluded in the second quarter, so we can clear this finding of internal audit and we can have our tracking of the recommendation from both internal audit and external audit. My facilities management and demand management, when it comes to demand supply chain, we have already submitted our procurement plan, and we have also submitted the 31 March 2021 one as at the prescribed dates according to SCM Instruction 2 of 2016 and 17. For the leases, I've listed the leases which are expiring and will have a problem when it comes to month leases, as it can also result into irregular expenditure in terms of the irregular framework. So we have 5 leases which are coming to an end. Some already are running on a month-to-month basis. Already we have sent the Department of Public Works of these 5 leases that they are expiring, and we've done a need assessment that we want to continue or we want to move. In terms of after the visitation of the portfolio committee, we've also took action where we submitted our needs assessment to Public Works that we want to move or we want expansion of our offices. My risk management, we have had 4 quarterly risk committee meetings as per the terms of reference of the risk committee. We still had the risk register, our strategic, reputational, operation and IT categories risk. The key risk around IT, it's only for the compliance of the Act. What has been done in the current year is that there was just an awareness of the POPI Act. There must be a special committee which must be put in place to implement a full compliance of the POPI Act. In the 4th quarter, there were no new litigation that was reported. However, there's still the 4 ongoing litigation as detailed in my finance report. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Acting CFO. Let me get hands from honorable members. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, I want to go back to an issue which was raised earlier on before we received the financial report from the acting CFO, where the Deputy Chairperson had indicated that she doesn't have any delegated duties or responsibilities. Chair, if I'm going back to the annual report of 2021, and we are looking at the remuneration or the salaries received by the commissioners themselves, you can pick up, Honorable Chair, that the Honorable the Deputy Chairperson is one of the commissioners that has been paid. And when you are looking at the total remuneration received, it's actually more than the actual members or commissioners. Now, it becomes a bit of a confusion, Chairperson, if you are looking at the remuneration versus the notion that the Deputy Chairperson does not have any delegated duties or responsibilities in the commission. her duties, according to what she has said, is to come in the absence of the chairperson. Now, it doesn't really speak to the amount of money or remuneration that the deputy chairperson receives in terms of the commission. And that is the report, the annual report of the 2021 chairperson, because here we are dealing with what is in front of us versus what the deputy chairperson has just said. Maybe we would need clarity on that. Also, chairperson, there is the handbook where we have seen here that there is a form of assessment that takes place in terms of outcome number 4, which is the key output is a report on the assessment of plenary's effectiveness. We pick up that throughout the quarters, there is no activities for this output under outcome 4. But then we are told in quarter 4 that there is an assessment of plenary that takes place. Now, for me, chairperson, when an assessment takes place, some of the outcomes of the plenary should tell us that some commissioners do not or don't have any responsibilities or delegated duties or responsibilities according to what they ought to be doing in the commission. My concern with this output, chairperson, is one, there have been no activities throughout the quarters, but now on the 4th quarter, suddenly there is a responsibility or a performance that has been reported on according to the assessment per handbook. Secondly, if an assessment has taken place, what has it said about commissioners who have not been given responsibilities or duties to perform in the commission? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. That also goes to commissioners who are deployed in provinces, but they're not going to those provinces. But they claim hours that they've done work. So why are they not? Why are they compensated? You know, one example is the one who always forward apologies to the portfolio committee. She's paid for what? To do what? Where is that person accounting? So it tells you that on that one, it shows that there is poor leadership, and which is a problem of which, as the portfolio committee, we need to make some recommendations one way or the other. I'm sure in our meeting, we are going to make recommendations on how are we going to deal with this. It cannot be correct that you have a deputy chair who's very educated, who's got many skills, which she could be assisting the institution with her expertise. She's regarded as one of the women who acquired a doctorate degree in economics and then and finance, and then at the end of the day, that person is not utilized by the institution. You ask yourself why. You know, when ECGE, it needs her skills, but that person is not delegated some responsibilities. I think we need to do something, honorable members, including the one who's always claiming but not attending to her deployment, and together and not accounting to the portfolio committee, which then we wanted that report. I'm not sure what was the response from the chair regarding that one, and whatever extension. I need to hear what did the chair said on with regard to that report, because I know that with regards to the one of Commissioner Botha, is the one that she was talking about the lawyers, but I'm not sure when are we going to get that report, because we've given them our report. So one way or the other, in our recommendation, honorable members, we'll write down that CGE does not meet deadlines in terms of recommendations, as per our recommendations, we portfolio committee. So they must not say we are cowards, but you are writing what things as they are. We are going to write things as they are, and make a presentation, and we'll request maybe a special presentation to the House so that you can have a resolution from the House. We've been talking to CGE for a long time, so now it's time for us to have an action. Can I get hands from honorable members? I even forgot there were things that I wanted to ask regarding finances. That Deputy's acting CFO, angifuna ukushayela into engasezakho. Because you are acting and mhlambe una 2 months or 3 months to act nje. Angifuna ukushayela into engasezakho. But I know that in the report audit and risk committee, there were things regarding finances that I wanted to ask. It's only that, you know, the more we read the reports and the more you make in presentation as CGE, you know, you make us to go to other things, even if we didn't want to go there. But maybe let me get let's get the response from the chair and the deputy chair and other members. Ma'am O'Hara, there were things that were asked by the Audit and Risk Committee regarding your portfolio. Can you respond?
Chairperson, what I can say is that the risk report, the audit report raises AMA flags, and what we need to do, or what we do as the CGE, is to actually have a plan of how we're going to address that. So at some point, then we report on progress on the different issues that have been flagged by the Audit and Risk Committee. Chairperson, I actually want to really appreciate the presentation of the acting CFO, and to report here that she has actually really stabilized the function of finance in the past, since we have not been able to fill the position of the CFO. But now, the positive thing is that we are going to be appointing, we've got two very good recommendations. 1 and 2 are very good, even in terms of the margins. What have they achieved in terms of scoring? So we are confident that we will then have a CFO, and we will have an efficient, we will have the financial manager, and we will therefore have a very efficient, beginning to build an efficient financial capacity within the CGE. You know, the issues that you raised when we started, I think much earlier, even before the presentation of the CFO, of the acting CFO, the issue of underspending and the issue of compensation of employees, which affects the capacity of the CGE, but also causes us to underspend. I think that we are going to be able to address that more effectively, and I do expect that next time when we come, we will be reporting better expenditure patterns within the CGE. But of course, it's not just the compensation of employees that is a main area of under expenditure. There are other areas, like acting CFO has outlined, into infrastructure, and we have taken a decision as the CGE that we are going to be attending to the state of offices so that we can upgrade them, improve them, and have an environment that encourages performance in the different offices, because our offices, some of them are not in a very good state. Northwest, Mpumalanga, KZN, those offices really do need a bit of boosting, and part of the boosting will involve expenditure. So I do think that with CFO and a manager and the other levels of capacity in the finance department, we will make a lot of improvement. And we actually agreed in plenary based on the decision of the recommendation of the finance committee that we should really focus our attention on this issue here under expenditure, and request the CFO to have an expenditure improvement plan, which the finance committee is going to monitor very closely. And as I said, it's not just about the payment, the compensation of employees, but also other areas that are important where we are underspending, like infrastructure, like ICT, like our branding and communication and all of those things, so that if we underspend on some of these areas, we actually fail to deliver our core mandate effectively. And we have been talking as plenary that we have to perform for impact. So we actually have to put in financial resources in our core deliverables and ensure that we have systems that monitor whether we are impactful, how we can improve, how we can strengthen, etc., Chairperson. And all of those really talk to, the problems that have been flagged, and we are listening very carefully as commissioners, the CEO and finance, very carefully to the issues that you are raising. And we will have a reflection session as the commissioners to say, these are the issues that are coming up sharply, and how do we really improve on them, so that we don't have what you said, Ngati, Nitanda, no, it's not that. It's really about us being efficient so that we deliver on our mandate. Chairperson, may I stop there? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Hara. It's like you read my mind. Most of the things that you have just spoken to now, it's things that were in my mind. And I thought that maybe let me not raise all of them and just be diplomatic and say, there were issues that I wanted to raise with you and so forth. I just hold myself that maybe let me give other honorable members so that they can raise those issues. I've talked a lot in this meeting, and sometimes it's you want to allow other members to participate in the meeting, because all of us, we have reports, and the reports are sent to members very early so that they can go through them, and when they come to the meeting, they must participate. But if members are not participating, there's nothing you can do. But thank you very much, Ma'am O'Hara. Those were my concerns that I wanted to raise with you. And one other thing that this acting CFO reminded me of is the issue of leases, which she said you wrote to Public Works. But the thing is, she did not mention whether she did get the response or she did not get the response, and when is she expecting the response. But what we can caution you as the portfolio committee regarding Public Works, because that's what we have seen with the Department of Women, where they were supposed to relocate and move to the new building, and they kept postponing and postponing. And we don't want to see you in that situation. So you need to make follow-ups with the Department of Public Works and even go there physically. Because sometimes, you know, writing emails, some people don't read emails. You know, they remember the email when they're in a meeting. So it's better when you go there and you go with the emails that you have already sent to them, so that, you know, we must know. Nelly, so I think that in meeting that you need to have with the Public Works, it must be done as soon as possible to include issues that were sent by CGE to Public Works. So if you may forward those issues that we have sent to Public Works so that they can form a package of the things that we will want them to respond on the day of the meeting. And then just look at our Friday next week on what is it that we're doing, so that we invite Public Works to come to the portfolio committee and explain on how far are they with the issue of building a Department of Women and the issues that ECG is raising now, so that they cannot be held at ransom and they are not able to do their work. They are being dragged by Department of Public Works. So acting CFO, I think with that one, CEO, we are going to assist in ensuring that your matters are being attended to. Which one? If there are no hands from honorable members, can I get hands from the office of the chair or the CEO on matters?
There is Chairperson Mahlengwa.
Oh, Mam Hlengwa, Mam Hlengwa, you can come, Ma.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I go back a little bit? Chairperson, you have talked a lot, even last year, the issue of the deputy chairperson. Now it becomes spend the money of the taxpayers' money. Because if you see, you can see that there is a silent conflict between the chairperson and the deputy, because there is no position without their delegation duties. There is no position. If there is no position, this is not a duty to be an alternate if there is something is not there. Let us, our chairperson, come out. What is it that makes the deputy chair did not give him the duty, or he don't trust her, or what? Because this is long overdue, Chairperson. Even last year, we were talking about this thing and we were worried. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ma. There are other duties that the deputy chair is doing within the organization itself. Like, for instance, Ma, she is heading research and development, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know, but there is something. I see Commissioner Rakolote, he's hospitalized, but also he's in the meeting. So if other commissioners are able to attend meetings, even if they are hospitalized, but other members, other commissioners, they are telling us of their duties or of other things that we don't understand, because we don't even understand that apology that was presented by Nelisa. Fortunately, Chair, it was not presented by yourself. It was presented by Nelisa. I think honorable members, it's not that she's not doing anything. When she was saying she acts as chairperson if the chair is not available, it doesn't mean umsebenzi wakhe ilowo kuphela. She does have other duties within the organization itself or within the institution. The only thing is there are many issues that they are dealing with, which they need to be delegated, to be divided between the two of them. There are other things that they need to divide amongst the two of them. For instance, if we are saying the overall performance of the institution, it lies between the two of them. The deputy chair can say, "Angas, chairperson." No, she must be able to tell us how is the institution performing and which are the things that she has dealt with and what is the way forward. It can be the chairperson only who will be in the position to tell us about the institution when they are two in the office. So that's why it's important that there should be other responsibilities that are delegated to the deputy chairperson. And then when coming to administration, issues of administration and managing of finances of the institution, the CFO, the CEO is the one who oversees the whole department, who's accountable on behalf of the administration. So when there are flaws and the institution is not performing well, it means there is also leadership that is questionable. How come that vacancies for such a long time being there as an accounting officer for 2 years? So that's why each and every one of them, there was an issue that I've raised to the commissioners of the assessment year performance, because we don't want to to be taken by surprise. The CEO was not performing, so therefore we are not appointing her permanently to be our CEO when they've never presented to the portfolio committee any assessment report. So it's important that when they do that, they must also inform us on what is it that they've done. They've made assessment, and in terms of probation policy, and they've extended or contract check, they need to tell us. We can't be in the dark when they are there. So I thought that the chair will respond to the portfolio committee, and then so that we know what we're dealing with at the end of the day. But honorable members, can I give the chair? I think the other thing is maybe Commissioner Klobatla and Mazibuko. Next time you'll have to come to the portfolio committee and present. Remember, you don't come to the portfolio committee with reports that are not processed by plenary, so that you can present to us your report on the floods as a KZN, because I saw that clips. And then maybe we can also share with you the report as a parliament, but it's out there as a parliament. You can get it on the report from the ad hoc committee on the findings, on the work that they've been doing. I'm sure it will be shared. It's you know, it's in the public domain that the ad hoc committee is there in KZN. I'm not sure whether they have finalized whatever they are doing. Okay. So, yeah. If there is no other matter, honorable members, CEO, the report on the vacancies and so on, number dates, Commissioner Klobatla, give us the dates. CEO and Commissioner Klobatla.
Yes, the CEO can start. Let me try and forward the document. I requested HR to resend with the amendments on the date.
CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Individually, at this stage, for the vacant posts, I think we are left with about 12, and I am just estimating roughly. And our timeline was at least the end of the second quarter. That's how we've been discussing with HR, and mainly because sometimes we would schedule dates and we have challenges with the availability of external people and so forth, and the dates change. But so far, when you look at how far we've come, the end of the second quarter is more practical for us to complete the rest of the list that is remaining.
CEO, we were looking for the dates.
Yes, I think maybe what the HR manager is providing will give individual dates per post, per vacant post. Honorable Chair, I was estimating.
Oh, she's here in the meeting.
No, she's, I thought I had Commissioner Julie Klobatla saying she was sending something. I also contacted her on that to give us, to estimate dates per post.
Okay. Mr. Rakolote, get well soon. We'll pray for you. Commissioner Klobatla?
Oh, Chairperson, I was engaging with the HR manager on the phone right now. She says she has sent the amended document because I requested her to give a detailed response on those that were identified by members of parliament. She must add the sequence of events and the specific dates for each on the process. So as I was speaking to her right now, she indicates that she has sent it. So let me finalize with her. It might be in with Nobatan. If there's a challenge, I will. sorry, Chair, recent portfolio committee is expecting that report now. It has to be sent now.
Okay.
Within the next minute.
Yeah, next minute.
It has to be sent.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a lovely day. Sorry for that, Chair. She's sending it now in the next minute. Thank you. Our apologies again.
Usho ukuthi ngikulinde or bothini? Ngoba uche
Whatever
wakho
that-
bengimlalele naye.
Let me check my email quickly again. Whatever that pleases the chair will be fine from our side, but it won't take more than 5 minutes to arrive. She says she's sending it as we speak.
Okay.
Our apologies, Chairperson and honorable members.
Yeah. Thank you very much, honorable members. If you are ready, you can tell us because we must be done by 30:30, Commissioner Klobatla.
Let me ask the HR to CC the chairperson and the CEO. Maybe there's a challenge with my email because she has just confirmed that she did send it and I haven't received anything. I'll ask her to send to the chair and the CEO now.
Let's get from the chairperson and the deputy chair. When are we going to get the two reports that are outstanding? Yaga day, no bother.
Chairperson, I want to request, I think I will write a formal letter requesting extension on the two reports. Report ka Commissioner Border, which I think has been communicated that we're requesting another week extension, Chair, so that it's properly finalized by our lawyers, which was also a duty that the deputy chair was actually heading in terms of meeting with the lawyers, briefing them, and all of that. So I think this was one area where I indicated that my plate was full, and deputy chair actually volunteered to take this one. So deputy chair has been dealing with the lawyers. So we are asking for an extension of a week on each chair, so that by this week we finalize with our lawyers. It's taken in to all commissioners to have a look at it, and then it will be submitted to your office and the office of the speaker next week, Wednesday, Chair. That's what we are asking. On the Commissioner Day report, Chair, I think if you look at the handbook, it talks about sanctions for non-attendance of meetings, and it recommends that the chair sits down and inquire and request a report from a commissioner who is failing to attend a meeting. Chair, I've been trying to sit down with Commissioner Day. This is something that we will try and do in the next few weeks, Chair. So with this one, I'm requesting an extension of 2 weeks to do that, Chair, to sit down with Commissioner Day, and then we write a report that will come back to, that will be submitted to you. On the issue of the CEO, Chair, but a formal letter will be written to you today, Chair, asking for those extensions. On the issue of the CEO, Chair, yes, I want to say that assessments have been done by all committee chairpersons. There's 6 of us, and we have assessed the CEO 3 times on the KPAs, 7 KPAs that we have agreed on them. And based on the first assessment, Chair, which was a 6 month, as per the assessment contract, the assessment was done and the report is available. The second assessment, which is a 12-month assessment, was done last year, and a report is available and has been to plenary. And the last assessment was done on the 9th, which was an assessment which was based on the 6-month extension that the 6 chairpersons agreed upon, that we will extend CEO's probation period for 6 months. We have done an assessment, Chair, on the 9th of May. The report has been developed and the report was taken in to plenary last week for approval. And the report has been finalized and gone through plenary, Chair. We haven't been able to bring it here, Chair.
It's fine.
For now, but I think yesterday we were able to share it with the CEO, because I think that's important that we share the report with the assessing first. So that report can be submitted to the portfolio committee as a matter of urgency, Chair. It's available and it has been through plenary last week. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, honorable members. Await those reports, Chairperson, and if you can just finish us with those dates, CEO, or whether it's the Chairperson or the CEO, so that we know exactly on how are we going to fit in to our busy schedule, because now we'll be having 2 processes, the ones that of the work of the portfolio committee and the process of filling in vacancies of commissioners in CGE. So our schedule will be hectic. So it's important that we finalize those reports as soon as possible, so that umsebenzi abasalayo bangasali nomsebenzi oshiwe yinini. That's why it's important that you must finalize all those reports. But thank you very much, honorable members and commissioners. Thank you for being every time available to come and account in the portfolio committee, whether it's not nice, whether we're fighting with you or we are what, but there's nothing personal. All what you want to see, it's how do you take the institution forward, and in addressing all issues of inequality, and making sure that that institution is one important institution in the country that addresses issues of discrimination, issues of inequality, and issues of gender-based violence. It also part of the things that you are doing, but also the one final thing that you need to fast track with speed, commissioners, is the issue of your license to practice legal things, because it's important that that issue is being dealt with once and for all, and it must be finalized before October. So I'm not sure whether Commissioner Mohale is here, so that at least she must be able to hear what we're saying as the portfolio committee. And yeah, it's important, Chair, and because also Commissioner Mohale is a part-time commissioner, but I think those of you who are full-time, you have a responsibility of ensuring that critical issues that are affecting the operations of the your institution are being taken serious by yourselves and are being dealt with, so that there's no gap. But I think with those closing remarks, we have come to the end of our portfolio committee meeting. We're looking forward to be calling you soon. And those issues that are outstanding, acting CFO and CEO, we're expecting them to by end of business today, so that when we write that letter to Public Works, we include them in the letter that we are going to write to Public Works. And hopefully next week, Friday, we'll be having that meeting and you'll be invited to be part of that meeting. Thank you very much, honorable members. We have come to the end of our meeting. The meeting is adjourned.